Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting to order, please. Ms. Campbell, could you call the roll for us?
Mr. Hennigan. Here. Mrs. Heinz.
Here.
Mr. Derman. Here. Mr. Loop. Here. Mr. Harold. Mrs. Tipton. Mr. Jeter. Here. Mrs. Seeley. Here. Mr. Betancourt. Here. Mr. Womack. Here. Mr. Panks. Mr. Lamarck. Here. Mrs. Belisario. Mrs. Mullet.
Would you please stand and join us for the invocation pledge led by Mr. Loop?
Heavenly Father, as we gather tonight, we ask for your guidance in our decision-making for our school system. Let's take a moment of silence, please, to remember our board member, Mr. Ray Alford, as we appoint his replacement tonight. In your name, we pray. Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, good evening. I'd like to welcome you to the Committee as a Whole meeting for Human Resources and Education. This meeting is usually chaired by Ms. Mullet. She has had a family emergency, so I'm chairing the meeting this evening. Following this meeting, we have our Business Affairs meeting, and then we have a special board meeting to fill the vacancy for the District 14 seat. So we have a lot to do this evening. The first thing we're going to do is a little celebration. Celebration for Pearl River High School. Ms. Araby.
Thank you, Ms. Heinz. Tonight, we're very honored and pleased to have our group from Pearl River High, our FFA group. They're here with their principal, Mike Winkler, and they have done some extraordinary things at Pearl River High, and actually, the upcoming event is a national award. So we'd like to have Mr. Winkler first come to the podium and tell us a little bit about his group that's here with him this evening.
Ms. Heinz, school board members, Superintendent Post, and distinguished supervisors and guests. I'd like to present to you tonight a product of our system, and at this time I'd like to introduce our officers of our FFA. James Bennett is our president. Lillian Glaze is our vice president. Mackenzie Bennett is our secretary. Ashley Armato is our treasurer. Kaylee Milton is our reporter. Peyton Babb is our sentinel. Sarah Glaze is our historian. James Forcade is our second vice president. Along with their sponsors tonight, Mr. Billy Mayfield and Mr. Doug Fisher, our ag teachers and club sponsors. The National FFA has 7,570 chapters in all 50 states. The Pearl River High School FFA has been selected as a top 10 national chapter finalist as a model of innovation and will compete for the #1 position at the National Convention later this month. This ranking is partially due to the seasoning Rebel Rub, which they developed in their meat processing classes at Pearl River High. In the spring of 2014, Rebel Rub was presented to Rouse's supermarkets and is now on the shelves of 6 Rouse's stores. By the end of the year, Rebel Rub will possibly be on the shelves of 2,800 different stores in the southeastern U.S. It can be purchased at any local Rouse's at Pearl River High or on Amazon.com. Our meat processing classes are now working on developing a barbecue sauce to complement the Rebel Rub. Pearl River High School has a long-term partnership also with North Shore Technical Community College and Nunez College, and to provide college credit hours for these students. Some of those include welding, certification, Louisiana meat processing, landscaping certification, among others, including veterinary assistants. So we'd like to thank you for having us here tonight, and we appreciate your support, and we look forward to coming back maybe next month with the #1 in the nation. Thank you. I think there's a video, huh?
And before we show the video about this FFA group, I want to say that I prepared ribs using that Rebel rub, and they were delicious. Thank you very much. All right. Let's see. There we go.
Welding, agriculture, and horticulture are all terms that are readily associated with the future farmers of America. At Pearl River High, Bill Mayfield and Doug Fisher are doing their best to spice things up and bring their FFA chapter to the dinner table.
About 5 or 6 years ago, over in the meat center, we started working on a rub that we used on brisket and pulled pork.
Kids will come in and they try it, and we want a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and then they tweak it.
And eventually we got to the point where everybody was saying, this is awesome, we want it.
From that simple idea, Rebel Rub Seasoning was born.
We took our recipe that we had created over to Targill Seasoning in Opelousas, and we sat down with them, and they helped us design the label, and they started packaging it for us.
In April, Rebel Rub hit the store shelves at all 6 North Shore Rouse's locations, and the National FFA took notice.
The National FFA has started to recognize this as a great way to not only raise funds but raise awareness. By this being in the stores, even places where there is no FFA program are now becoming aware of it.
We found out we're one of the 10 national finalists as a model of innovation for chapter development. Gives us a way of funding without competing against other organizations, and it's a constant flow of income for the chapter.
To put that number in perspective, there are 7,572 FFA chapters in the United States. Out of those chapters, Pearl River High will go to the Nationals in Louisville in October, ranked in the top 10 in the country. If you crunch the numbers, that makes Pearl River's FFA chapter weigh in at the top half of the top 1%. And that is impressive.
It's really cool to get to do that because there's only 10 in the nation that get to. And coming from a small town, that's pretty cool.
We went from nothing to now we've become so successful that the students are getting the benefits to this. And by the students getting the benefits, we're hoping to help them succeed in later life.
With the first batch of Rebel Rubs sold and more on the way, these FFA students at Pearl River are setting the table to national prominence in a very local way. Rhett Sharp, Channel 13.
At our monthly principals meetings this year, we chose to choose one school and celebrate the success of their school. And part of that presentation involves presenting a trophy, a little plaque to each one of these. We had this group come to our first principals meeting this year, showed that video, celebrate their success. So we wanted to re-award you your plaque and congratulate you for everything you can do. As you can see, this is a great group of young people that represent Pearl River High, as well as our school system in a great way. I also want to say a special thank you to the teachers and also to Mr. Winkler. If you've ever been to a Pearl River High School graduation, you can tell that the students love their school, they love their principal, and they love everything about being a Pearl River student. So I'm proud of them, and I know as they go forward that they're going to represent our school system in a positive way. So congratulations and thank you.
Thank you all for being here this evening with us. All right, as chairman, I have the leeway to rearrange the agenda a little bit, and what I would like to do is we have 42 people who signed up to speak tonight. I would like to move them till after the report. Everyone signed up saying that the subject was curriculum. I'd like to move them till after the report from the administration. Everyone will get an opportunity to speak, and then should there be a motion from the floor, from the board members, then you'll get to speak to the motion also. So everyone will have an opportunity to be heard. So at this time, I'd like approval of the minutes from the committee as a whole meeting held on September 4th, 2014. Do I have a motion? I have a motion by Mr. Betancourt, a second by Ms. Seeley. Do we have any comments from board members? Do we have any comments from the public? All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Abstained? So ordered. All right. That brings us to instruction. Board directed report on mathematics curriculum. Ms. Zaraby.
Thank you. Tonight, our curriculum administration will present 3 options concerning math in our guaranteed curriculum.
Both of those mics on. I think we're-
Option 1. Option 1 would include the unit overview and standards only. This would look very similar to the parent page located on our district website. The timeline for implementation and completion would be immediate. Simply put, it would be hitting the delete button. This option would include no Eureka Math. This change would require teachers to have the full responsibility for all resources. This would be at their own discretion and choice through their research and collaboration with their peers. It would also include all parental assistance would be provided by them. No district curriculum. Some concerns that we see with option 1 as curriculum people would be the inconsistencies. And the inconsistencies we know would not only be from schoolhouse to schoolhouse, but could possibly be from classroom to classroom. Resources not available in one place. We know from our experience over the last 9 years that our teachers have appreciated having many of those resources in a menu that they can look at and select from as they prepare their lessons. Students may not be prepared from next grade level, and with that really what we're implying is it may be different from class to class and school to school. No common unit assessments. Additional time certainly would be needed for our teachers to find resources and plan lessons. This option would be no district curriculum. Now this is a snapshot of what teachers would see, which would be available through Blackboard. And Blackboard is the organization that we use for our teachers to be able to access the curriculum. This would be a snapshot. It would have a unit overview, a title, and then the standards would be listed so that they can access those accordingly. Like I said earlier, this is exactly what our parent page looks like on our district website. Option 2. Option 2 would include a unit overview, sequencing of concepts, suggested pacing maps, standards, and instructional folders. And some of the items in our instructional folders that would be found is charts, templates, everyday counts, gizmos, games, activities, illustrative mathematics, MathWorks, Texas Instruments, many of those different things that we shared last week that we had available for our teachers. Also, there would be our textbook alignment. Our current textbook, which is in its 8th year of adoption, would be used to do a crosswalk, which our curriculum specialists have been busy on, and some of this already has been in our curriculum, but it will be a little bit more easier in detail for our teachers to access. They will be able to readily assess the standards that are available in the current textbook. Also, there would be a list of the standards that are not addressed in the textbook. We will also have a website folder which will make very available to our teachers the Louisiana Department of Ed guidebooks, Learn Zillion, Math Excel, Texas Instruments, and many technology activities. And then we would have our resource links as well, which we will continue to have a collective set of links for our teachers to draw from. The Eureka Math link will be included in the website folder, but certainly it will be at the discretion of the teacher. Sequencing of concepts will continue as suggested by Eureka because we have spent 9 weeks using part of the Eureka pacing as well as the sequencing. The timeline is ongoing with a projected completion date of January 2015. As we do the crosswalks, remember the crosswalk would be for each and every grade. Simply said, these folders are categorized by different types of resources, a collection of suggested resources that they could use in writing lessons and building their lesson plans. In option 2, what we know is that it will identify the standards. It will also be able to identify the present and missing standards in the current grade level textbook. Teachers will be responsible for daily lessons as well as parental assistance. Some of the concerns that we as curriculum people see would be that the curriculum would not be consistent, that students may not be prepared for the next grade level accordingly, that there will be a limited quantity of textbooks, and the way I need to explain this is this adoption was 8 years ago. They no longer really print the textbook that we have been using. And so with that, and we're already busy looking into the number of textbooks that are available, we also know that the textbooks in our baby grades through 2nd grade were consumable textbooks. What we do know with that is we have identified one particular homework workbook that might be available to us to purchase. There will be no common unit assessments, additional time for teachers to find resources and to plan lessons as well. This gives you a snapshot of the template showing what teachers would have available through Blackboard. And as you see at the bottom, those are the different folders that we discussed. So the teacher could click on the folder and then there would be that menu or list for them to choose from. And then we have option 3. Option 3 would include the unit overview, standards, and curriculum. Lesson with resources integrated. And Eureka Math would continue to be integrated, but in a little bit different way in the lessons. The curriculum would include lessons and resources fully integrated. Eureka Math will continue to be integrated into daily lessons. We would continue with the sequencing of concepts. Also, we will continue to add suggested lessons from our teachers, as we always have done when they fit and meet the standards. So that will be many of our teachers writing curriculum, which we have had ongoing for the last 10 years, and we will continue to submit those. All Blackline Masters will be deleted from lessons as well as folders. Blackline Masters will no longer be printed at the district level and delivered to schools. The timeline would be ongoing, with the projection of totally eliminating Eureka Math by the end of this school year as a new text is chosen. This change would include, first of all, the elimination of Blackline Masters from our guaranteed curriculum. It would also include revisions from teacher input, with the big input day being next Friday, addition of math helpers, all resources in one place. There will be an increase of traditional math, which we have already begun to do over the last month. Modify the pacing of the math concepts, and a textbook adoption, as we shared with many of you that were here last week. A big concern that we have, and really this would be a concern in all three of our areas, would be providing professional development and assistance for our teachers from the district level. Option 3 is ongoing, and here is a snapshot of what the template would show, what teachers would have available through Blackboard. And this is just a snapshot, but mainly what you will see, this truly holds a curriculum with the learning plan where the lessons are there for the teachers to choose. Over the past few months, we have continued to say who makes the instructional decisions, or maybe we have continued to hear this question, who makes the instructional decisions in the classrooms? It is the teacher who makes the decisions in the classroom. Teachers are committed to providing the very best instruction to our students each and every day. And we know in St. Tammany Parish that we are very fortunate to have the best teachers in the state. They spend endless hours preparing for lessons, activities. They set an environment that our students expect, that our students want to attend and to be at school. Our teachers are the ones who create lesson plans. They pace instruction. They assign homework. They grade tests and quizzes and classwork, and they take part in our textbook selection. We know that our teachers have the biggest job in our district, and so we want to continue to try to help them from the district level. How are we going to do that from the district level? How are we going to continue? We know that our guaranteed curriculum is a living document, and that will be revised and updated as it has always been in the past. It is a guide the teachers have always been able to make their own to meet the needs of their children in their classroom. The textbook adoption, which we're already in the process of getting textbooks and talking to vendors that have textbooks that we will begin to review. And professional development for teachers. And we have identified, as we have a great professional development framework in our district, and we're in the process now of where we will be rolling out the next steps that we will be taking in the way of a full central office help professional development. We will ask our administrators to identify those teachers who are being the most successful in their classroom. This is not limited to the master teacher leaders, to RHTs, to TRTs. It will be those teachers that the administrators know that then when they walk into the classroom, they are doing an excellent job instructionally. We will schedule in the process of 3 district dates by grade level. These will not be limited to just the teachers at an individual school. This will be where the learning communities within that community, we will get those grade level like teachers together. A committee of teachers who will be selected, who will include some of these identified teachers, some of our curriculum specialists, as well as our teacher leaders. We will get input from them and their peers in helping us to set the agenda for this professional development. Teachers will be the ones to present and to model lessons and to lead the conversations concerning instruction. Through this professional development, teachers will share and create engaging lessons aligned to the standards. Teachers will share how the pacing of lessons can be adjusted to meet the needs of all students. Homework suggestions will be discussed, reminding teachers that the homework philosophy in St. Tammany has always been it should be a reinforcement of the day, and that the students should have a better than basic understanding when that assignment is being sent home so they can complete it successfully. Grading of tests, quizzes, and classworks will be reviewed, but it's real important to note that grading of tests is not a part of the guaranteed curriculum. So in closing, we remain committed to making the best of this situation. Our curriculum people have met continuously, and we have met with teachers from around the district. In every decision we make, we aim for what is best for kids. The school board in this school system have a long history of being responsible to stakeholder concerns. It's about making sure that besides listening to concerned parents and community members, we allow those who are responsible for educating children in St. Tammany to be part of this discussion. We definitely do not always agree, but I think that we need to consider the educational success that we have had in this parish is largely because of the professionals who work here. Let's take all of the input and consider it in making this very, very important decision. But as we all know, our professional educators are the ones who are best suited to make the curricular decisions that will move our students forward. Tonight, there have been 3 options that have been presented to you. I've tried to do it in my elementary way where it's very clear as far as the timeline and how Eureka will be or not be in each of the options. Each one has the pros and the cons. And at this time, I would like to let you know that our curriculum department feels that option 3 would be the best for our students, our teachers, and our administrators. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Araby. Now we're going to back up the agenda, and we're going to allow people to come up and speak. And then after that, board members will have an opportunity to ask questions. I noticed a few people headed to the atrium. We have seats here available in the main room, boardroom, if you'd like to come in. There's, I think I see at least 13. Good. Someone's got that good math. Yeah, at least 13 seats if people would like to come on into the room and join us. All right. As I said, we have just over 40 people signed up. I'm going to allow you each to have 2 minutes to speak. And I'm going to call a person up to speak and then let the next person know who's on tap. All right, the first speaker is Diane Moore, and then Amy Dutrouche would be second. So if Diane would come up. When you come up to the podium, I need you please to state your name. For the agenda, I need you to remember the rules that we follow at our meetings, that you're not to have conversation with the people at the podium as we're having the people speak.
Diane Moore. If you are a parent with a child in St. Tammany and were happy with your child's math program before Common Core, you're welcome. If you believe that the previous math program was a result of St. Tammany's guaranteed curriculum, you have been misled. The reason St. Tammany's math program was of a high quality was because a small group of parents, including myself and 4 others, led by board member Mary Kay Bellisario, was successful in removing Common Core math the first time it was implemented in our parish in the aftermath of Katrina. I'm surprised that Ms. Bellisario has remained so modest on this issue, as she was intimately involved and played such a pivotal role in securing the traditional math texts that was used by our parish. Of course, it was not called Common Core math at that time, but make no mistake, it was the same math. There were no standard textbooks. Students were expected to know multiple ways to solve a problem instead of one good way that actually worked. And the emphasis was on process rather than actually arriving at the correct answer. Our small parent group was successful in organizing a large parent outcry over a curriculum in a time before social media made such an organization easy, and at a time when many in our parish were focused on rebuilding their homes instead of being focused on the tragedy that was unfolding in our schools. We wrote to the top math universities and asked what the most respected math professors thought of the math that St. Tammany had implemented. The replies were immediate, highly critical, and even included 2 letters from Dr. James Milgram from Stanford, the outspoken critic now on Common Core, but that was way back before he was so famous. All of a sudden, a superintendent that seemed to have no intention of making any changes to the curriculum was suddenly committed to buying new textbooks. A deal was soon arranged that the parish would buy new textbooks at a cost of over $1 million, and a curriculum would be rewritten to align to the new textbooks. I am unsure if the school board in 2006 was even aware of what transpired, as Ms. Sloan seemed intent on working quickly and independently. But Cheryl Araby knows this. She was at a meeting on May 12, 2006, in which Ms. Sloan detailed that the new textbooks would not have the curriculum realigned, but they would be used.
Amy Dutrouche with Tracy Roush next.
Amy Dutch.
I'm sorry.
One day, Ms. Dutch.
I'm sorry. One day I'll get it.
I'm a homeschooling mother of 2, special education advocate, and a former teacher. I have to say that I'm insulted after watching last week's meeting. I couldn't be here. Are you kidding me? Is Ms. Araby saying that our teachers cannot teach if they're just given the standards? I taught early childhood education. I was given a basic set of expectations that students should know. I didn't need a script. I used the skills I learned at college and what I knew in child development. To imply that it's an impossible task to simply have teachers teach by the standards is insulting and disrespectful to every teacher in this parish. Has education changed so drastically that teachers are no longer taught to do the very thing they were called to do in the first place? We don't become teachers for the glory or the money. We do it because we love education. We have an inner gift at imparting knowledge, and you know the ones that are born to teach, well, they're in this parish. So to demean them by saying they couldn't handle this challenge is disrespectful and untrue of our teachers. I can assure you it took me all of 10 minutes to find the standards and come up with a simple lesson for several first grade math standards. I won't go over them here, but I can email them if you would like. All the law says is that we need to follow the standard. It doesn't say how we need to follow the standard. So any teacher or curriculum specialist worth her salt can do that. Of course, it takes time. It takes time for me to plan my lessons as a homeschooling mom, just as it took me time to plan my lessons as a teacher. But it's doable. It's not this rocket science monstrosity that Ms. Araby would make it sound like. I can list you right now off the top of my head multiple math curriculums that would meet the standards and still allow the teachers both freedom and guidance to teach math in traditional and non-traditional forms. Kids need a variety of methodology to learn concepts, and that's okay. We're not here because we're stuck in the dark ages and we can't do the math. We're here because it's developmentally inappropriate, and I do know what that word means because my entire education degree was based on being developmentally appropriate, and Eureka Math is not it. The question of whether we can find an alternative that is appropriate for children's learning levels and brain development is not if, it's when. We understand that it takes time to do this. We are a huge parish, and I would not want Ms. Araby's job for all the money in the world. But if this little homeschooling mom with her degree can figure out how to teach a simple math concept in a much simpler, concrete way, why can't we do the same? Please don't insult our teachers by saying they cannot do this. They can, you can, we can, and I suggest you all get this right quickly, or my homeschooling group is going to continue to grow by leaps and bounds.
Tracy Roush, and then Amy Edwards would be next.
Hi, my name is Tracy Roush. We moved to St. Tammany to raise our family and send our kids to good public schools. But at this time, I don't believe being in the school system is the best thing for my 7 and 8-year-old. And I pulled them this year to homeschool. My 8-year-old loved school and loved learning. Last year in 2nd grade, that drastically changed. Her teachers had even commented at a teacher conference how sad it was to see the change in her, how she went from so happy and eager to learn in the beginning of the year to defeated and could care less about her work. Luckily, her teacher communicated with me when needed and did a great job keeping her motivated to finish out her school year on a positive note despite the hard year she had. Her biggest struggle was with the math, so I'm going to speak for her and read what she told me when I asked her how she felt about the math last year. She was in 2nd grade. I went from loving math to hating math. It was very hard. I really struggled to understand anything. It made me feel frustrated and aggravated that I just couldn't understand it, even when I tried really hard. I always had to ask my teacher how to do it. She tried to help, but I just couldn't do it. When I took tests, I felt like it was the end of the world. So I believe there you have it, the rigor that they wanted for our kids. And let me read the definition of rigor. The difficult and unpleasant conditions or experience that are associated with something. The quality or state of being very exact, careful, strict, harsh, inflexible in opinion, temper, or judgment. Severity. The quality of being unyielded or inflexible, strictness. An act or instance of strictness, severity, or cruelty. A condition that makes life difficult, challenging, or uncomfortable. So I just ask, is this what we want for our kids? Isn't it worth it, whatever it takes to change this for them? I will say that we loved our schools, the staff, and the teachers. We have some truly gifted teachers who have a passion to teach. The curriculum is stripping them from being able to do so. Let our teachers teach appropriately and let our children be children. Thanks.
Thank you. Amy Edwards and then Jennifer Bruning.
Hi, I'm Amy Edwards. I'm a business leader and a volunteer in our community, but more importantly, I'm a parent to 2 children in elementary education. I'm honestly going to scrap everything I've written here because I'm more confused now by the presentation that Ms. Araby just made. Why, if we just hit the delete button, is there no curriculum? I'm confused as to why we can't just resort back to the curriculum that the teachers were using before this implementation. We don't want to change that's going to be an additional burden on our teachers. My teacher contacts are telling me that it's Eureka Math that is their additional burden because they're trying to teach both. They're trying to teach the old curriculum and they're trying to teach the Eureka worksheets that sometimes seem to be being forced upon them. They're having to supplement with their own resources and their old curriculum. They're also learning a new curriculum and planning for a test that they have no idea what is going to be on it. I have a brochure from an open house from a year ago outlining some Common Core standards with regards to mathematics. Specifically, it says that the students will work more deeply with fewer topics to ensure a full understanding. Eureka Math curriculum has more topics that jump all over the place, and there does not seem to be any consistency in with what my kids are bringing home. Keep building on learning year after year, starting with a strong foundation. I have a 5th grader who's about to go to junior high who cannot multiply whole numbers. His education is tied up in transition. I don't have time for him to wait and for a change or an implementation change. The developmental appropriateness and especially the methods of Eureka Math do not follow an appropriate and sequential sequence. It says that the children will use math in real-world situations. I don't want my child standing in a grocery store line having to draw figures and flow charts to determine if he's being given correct change. I want him to know the basic foundations of math. I'm not against higher standards for our children. I want them to be challenged. We have great teachers and great administrators. I'm asking you to let them teach my kids.
Thank you. Jennifer Bruning, and then next is Donna Hebert.
Thank you. I'm Jennifer Bruning and a resident of Madisonville. I teach my children that you do not get to complain about a problem unless you're trying to be a part of the solution. Listening to a large portion of you guys last week, I think we all acknowledge the need for changes in our current curriculum, especially in math. And now that means that you have a responsibility. We all have a responsibility to be a part of the solution. We can change the curriculum. Let's make sure the content's appropriate for the age group. Let's give the teachers back the trust that they deserve in their methodology. You have the power legally, and as appointed members of our community, you have the responsibility to listen to your community's cries for help. Step one is tonight by dropping Eureka Math. I understand your fear of making it even harder on the teachers by choosing option one, but we're not asking you to reinvent another wheel, just like Ms. Edwards said. We're asking to go back to what we have sitting on a shelf somewhere already, the old tried and true curriculum. I'd expect that veteran teachers will fall right back in line, just like riding a bike. And I have enough faith in our higher education that our new teachers will adjust quickly, because the change is one that's written in our own language, one that we know and we were all raised on. In the last meeting, someone on the board had said this last year had only gotten worse. And we all know what the definition of insanity is, repeating the same thing and expecting different results. What have we done differently to help our children? But again, let's not point fingers. We're going to learn. We're going to move forward by choosing option one, I hope. I want to just say, please choose wisely tonight. This is our children's education and their lives at stake. And I want to thank you all for what you do, the time that you take. I really appreciate, and I really do believe that you all care. I know it cannot be easy to sit in the chairs that you sit in, but we're all here today to ask you to do what's right, not what's easy. Thank you.
Thank you. Donna Hebert, and then the next speaker will be Stephanie Marquez.
Hi, I'm Donna Hebert. I too, as Ms. Edwards, was a little confused by the power presentation that I saw. You know, the word on the street was that we were going to be happy. We were going to be happy with what we heard. I'm not happy because the word eureka is still in there. So I'm asking, when the motion does come, to please vote for option one and hit the delete button and let the teachers go back to what they used to have. They have it. And then there was a comment made by Ms. Araby that I take offense for teachers, if I was one, that they're going to have to spend so much time doing their lessons. They have their lessons. I can promise you that. What they're spending so much time on is learning the lesson of Eureka Math. That's the problem. She brought up about the textbooks. Again, we talked about last week. I think the textbooks options right now should be put on hold. I don't think any money of my taxpaying money should be spent on it at all until everything is resolved. Maybe wait for the textbooks come the spring of next year. But I don't think we should do it and waste our money to have something just sit on a shelf and collect dust. And then having the committee of teachers and the curriculum specialist to review this curriculum, the textbooks when you do come to that. I personally think that certain parents should be allowed to come in there and review that. I don't think it should be just up to the teacher leaders and the curriculum specialists. Unfortunately, a lot of the parents are upset with that department. So, and no offense, I'm sorry. And this is, let's see what I have here. And actually, in the end to this presentation, I don't think this is the best option, 2 and 3 at all. Actually, I feel insulted that those were even an option, because I feel like we haven't been heard at all. So I would ask that you please don't consider option 2 and 3. Don't buy textbooks. And again, any teachers out there, I know you're scared, but if you come in groups and you're listening, get together and get your numbers in power and stop teaching for Park when you don't know if anything's on it. Those kids will pass on the old curriculum.
Thank you, Stephanie Marquez, and the next speaker will be Tanya Thompson.
I'm actually giving my 3 minutes to Ms. Lauren Vogel.
I need your name, please.
My name is Lauren Vogel. I'm an 8th grade math teacher at Mandeville Junior High School. Initially, what I had prepared for today was to talk to y'all about the current curriculum, not expecting to hear the 3 different options that you talked to us about. I do have some concerns as a teacher, and I do respect the opinions of every parent in this room and every teacher in this room. I'm also a parent of 2 children in the St. Tammany Parish school system, as well as a teacher. And I share some different views as others, and I just hope that we can all respect our views here today. As a teacher, I do have some concerns with, through the course of the years, the constant changing math curriculum. I love to teach math. In 8th grade, math is a high-stakes year, so there are a lot of concerns that we have as teachers. I would also like the board to remember that as teachers, we have SLTs that we are graded on each year that determines our effective rating. And so if we're sitting here having a curriculum that's being thrust upon us and constantly changed and not giving any consistency for our students, regardless of the quality of the curriculum, we're constantly scrambling, trying to figure out what to do. And like one of the parents previously stated, we're for a test that we have no idea what it even looks like. I do spend the time. I completely did the Eureka math. I completely implemented it like I was told. I supplemented where I could. I gave additional lessons as necessary. I tried to keep up with the pace. My students who tried to get an A, well, they were still trying to get an A and getting their A's and B's. But unfortunately, those students who were struggling already or learning, not really able to, things came easy before this, they were starting to fail and flounder. And over the course of the last couple of years, I've seen such a decline in a love of math as well as a decline in their performance. I'm not sure what the correct answer is. I'm not sure what way to tell you to vote, but I just want you to think about these students and their needs and listen to everybody. And we do have you here for a reason, to put our best interest in mind. Thank you for your time.
Tanya Thompson. And then the next person would be Sue Peter or Patel. I'm not sure what that is, but Tanya Thompson.
My name is Tanya Thompson. I currently teach 7th grade math at Mandeville Junior High. This is my 31st year teaching math. For the last 16 years, I've focused my training on understanding and implementation of Common Core standards and higher expectations for students. Through this academic venture, I have completed 45 hours of master level classes devoted to mathematics curriculum and implementation of the Common Core. I presented at local, state, and national conferences on the subject. I have developed a pacing guide and using Common Core standards for 2nd through 4th grade math. There are many positive attributes to the curriculum that we are currently using. The level of questioning within the curriculum requires that the students problem solve with realistic information, incorporating higher order thinking skills. The problem sets require that the students read and interpret information rather than simply regurgitating facts or picking numbers and throwing them together with mathematical operation to get an answer. The curriculum requires that the students process the prerequisite skills and apply them to novel situations. Yes, there are some mistakes, but I have not found a textbook yet that did not have an occasional error. I am in favor in continuing with this curriculum through this year with the following information under consideration. There are many areas that do need to be improved with this curriculum. I would sincerely appreciate the board, with the assistance of a task force of educators, to seriously seek an alternative for next school year. This curriculum is not scaffolded. There are many assumptions made within the curriculum that students should arrive at the given grade level with a set of skills that many do not have. Without the scaffolding, most students are becoming extremely frustrated because they are not ready to start answering and working questions at the higher order thinking level, but need to progress through the levels of the objectives. Teachers need to be given the freedom to supplement with appropriate materials that meet the needs of their students. It is essential that we as educators ensure that our students are taught and learn the standards cited at each grade level so that we do not continue to increase the gaps in skills and learning in the future. By allowing the teachers to teach what they want without the rigor and relevance of the standards, students are being set up to fail in the consecutive grade levels on the ACT, the SAT, and in college. Thank you for considering keeping the curriculum with the option of allowing professional educators to supplement with quality materials to meet the needs of their current students.
Sue Peter. And then next would be Mike Alford.
Good evening. I'm Sue Perez, and I stand here before you tonight to advocate on behalf of myself and many of the teachers who I work with. I strongly believe that teachers need a curriculum to use as the framework to create their engaging lessons in the classroom. The current curriculum provides that framework needed to help us in teaching the standards that will be assessed at the end of the year. Ms. Araby reiterated this evening that the guarantee curriculum provides its teachers with many resources that can be used at our discretion, resources already aligned to the current state standards. St. Tammany is one of the few parishes that has a curriculum for its teachers. One of the options presented today gives the teachers a copy of the standards that have them attempt to teach just using the standards. I previously worked in another parish wherein I was given a copy of the state standards and simply told I needed to come up with the lessons that would meet the state standards. That was the most daunting and arduous task I faced at the time. In fact, we were advised by our mentor teachers to look at New York, North Carolina, and Tennessee for assistance. Anyone who has actually read the standards can see that many of them are quite broad and subject to interpretation. This resulted in me and the other third grade teachers teaching different lessons and our students never being on the same page. The lack of curriculum was evident, especially in a transient parish where students moved from one school to another after the school year was well underway. The curriculum in this parish has been helping its students tremendously. The teachers use the guarantee curriculum to teach in unison. So again, in such a transient parish like this one, where students are moving for various reasons, they are able to pick up where they left off at their new school. Many continue to advocate about the math where it originated, but many fail to realize that this math is no different from what's being taught has been being taught years ago. Arrays, number bonds, repeated addition, and number lines have been used to teach math. The difference now is that we're spending an entire unit showing the students how to use the tools to help solve math problems. Many of us are already in Unit 2 and are starting to see our students being able to solve math problems using whichever method they feel most comfortable with. We've taught them the methods to solve the problems in an analytical manner instead of just rote memorization. This is what the state standards are trying to achieve. I leave you with this point. Taking down the math curriculum in its entirety at this time would prove to be detrimental to the students and to their success. Not only have the students been exposed to the not-so-new way of learning math, but we're also entering our second 9 weeks. Everyone needs to understand the consequences this may have on the students and the parish. This parish has been revered as being one of the best school systems in Louisiana. This is due in part to the teachers having a curriculum to guide them. If you're concerned about the parents' frustration now as a result of the math, think about the potential increase in frustration once parents see the school district's effectiveness declining.
Mike Alford, and then next will be Jeremy Jackson.
Good evening. My name is Mike Alford, and I'm the principal of Abney Elementary and also the principal of Abney's Early Childhood Center, and also serve as president of the St. Tammany Parish School Board Administrators Association. Our Abney school family has a student population of over 1,100 students with a large Title I population. Our school has met challenges with implementing the revised math curriculum. However, we're making progress and our children are learning. After attending the board meeting on September 25th, my grave concern is that the whole or part of the whole math curriculum could be eliminated. This would be disastrous for our students and teachers. Our teachers will no longer have a guide in implementing math instruction in our classrooms. Our school would be scrambling to develop lessons to match the content standards. So much time would be lost as we try to regroup and develop a new math curriculum. I know the current math curriculum has challenges, but I also know we have excellent personnel with the knowledge and professional drive to complete the task. The district curriculum specialists have always been available to support teachers, and with the development of an even larger group of teacher leaders, we will have the support on site as well as on a district level. I know I speak for many of my fellow administrators when I ask you to grant our curriculum department the time necessary to further develop and strengthen the current math curriculum. Our curriculum has historically been one of the best in the state. If not, we would not have been rated as one of the best school systems in the state. Probably the best. The people in this school system have a proven track record of success, as well as the ability to take on any challenge. This curriculum is not an exception. I, as an administrator for St. Tammany Public Schools, have full confidence that if given reasonable time, the math curriculum would become an exceptional curriculum. Please help our school leaders and administrators, our students, our parents, and our teachers by allowing the curriculum team the time necessary to fine-tune the math curriculum, as well as fully develop the plan to more fully supplement its implementation. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your vote of confidence in our ability to provide the best public education possible for the students of St. Tammany Parish. And I ask you to please consider and support option 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeremy Jackson, with the next speaker being Jennifer Harvey.
Good evening. My name is Jeremy Jackson. I teach at Abney Elementary and also serve as special education coordinator for the school. We are all here tonight to make a very important decision in the lives of our children. And yes, my own children will be affected by the motions carried here this evening. Our last meeting was laden with emotion. Tonight, I ask the entire room to take a breath, listen to one another, and allow reason to govern our decision-making rather than politics or passion. Thomas Jefferson once said, "If a nation expects to be ignorant and free in a state of civilization, it expects what never was and never will be." Today, more than ever, economic mobility and education are intertwined. Yes, there is a sector of our society that works with their hands, and that will always be. But we are kidding ourselves if we think this sector of the workforce will be increasing over the next 20 years. To afford our future citizens economic freedom, we must equip them with the cognitive skills necessary to thrive in the current and forecasted job markets. If we do not do this, this nation we all love and appreciate will no longer be recognizable. Common Core state standards were designed to increase college and career readiness in American students for the rapidly evolving 21st century. The standards were not haphazardly developed, and they do indeed make good sense. However, interpretation of them is not without flaws, and curriculum that is derived from them has the potential to be errant. I believe that is why we are all really here this evening. Several speakers suggested that Eureka math curriculum should be done away with immediately. Reasons for this seem to be justified, as many parents made grounded arguments against Eureka's effectiveness. If 70% of New York students were failing to attain proficiency with the exact curriculum we are currently relying upon, then there is definitely reason to be concerned. However, I urge all of us to consider the gravity of this decision before hastily moving forward. I'm here to propose a solution that would allow both polarized parties to meet in the middle without eradicating the confidence we have in one another. I believe Ms. Araby essentially picked up where I would have left off. I think option 2 or 3 is something that any of us can digest as teachers and as professionals. And the last thing I'd like to leave us with is that we must encourage St. Tammany teachers to evaluate Eureka's suggested lessons so that grade level teams can determine the ripeness of the fruit they bear. Without a doubt, the system in place is very imperfect. Most systems are. As a special educator, I cannot simply discard the students that come to me imperfect. Rather, I must tap into the power of all my community resources, stakeholders, and peers to overcome their imperfections so that our society grows more productive and more free. Together, we will fix this problem. Divided, we will only create more. People are at the heart of education, not passing tests. If we all remember that loving kids comes before test scores, then we will be all right. The road ahead is not smooth, but it is certainly navigable.
Jennifer Harvey, and then the next is Jenny Klein.
I'm just going to say first, he kind of touched on one of the things. If as in my profession, I'm a medical professional, and 70% if y'all came to me for rehab and had a knee replacement, and I said, well, my rehab is 70% effective, and do y'all want to go to the guy next door who what he does usually works, and the guy over there, he gets pretty good results, or y'all going to come to me where I got a 30% chance of it working? I'm going to suggest y'all go over there. But number one, I feel it's pretty asinine, and as a parent, it's going to get pointed back to us, is why would y'all put this on all the parents? Number two, I like that
But why does it have to go back to Eureka? I put an app on my iPad. I sat down with my second grader who is failing tests. And I put this app on my iPad and we sat there and he's whizzing through these things, mastery, 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 through the middle of the thing, through the what would be, I guess, second semester. But he's failing second grade tests. My son, who is now in 5th grade, last year, if you've seen the picture of the little girl crying at the table, pulling her hair out, that's what my 4th grade, now 5th grade, OCD child does for homework. It is the worst thing you can watch your child do as a parent through this Eureka Math. And we still sit through the every night with homework and have to go through that. Last year was worse because it was our first year. But you know how we fix that? How do we fix things now? Through medication. And I cannot tell you what antidepressants, what anti-anxieties. Oh, I can't tell you because I have a list of it. But the amounts are unimaginable. And it's unreal that a 9, 10, now 11-year-old child should not have to be on that kind of medicine to get through school at this day and age.
Jenny Klein, and the next will be Debbie Sachs.
Good evening. My name is Jenny Klein, and I have 2 kids in Mandeville High School. I would just like to read some statements by a superintendent from New York by the name of Dr. Joseph Rella, who I believe has the same position as Mr. Fultz. As we know, New York is ahead of us in the implementation and is using the Eureka Engage New York curriculum for math. We also know that John White came from New York and was in charge with shutting down many public schools in lieu of charters or co-locating them, and for introducing a failed online program called iZone, which was costly and had no research to back it up. Yet here our local school board is implementing Eureka Engage New York Math at White's suggestion. In a letter dated August 7th of last year, Dr. Rella stated, "Our scores as well as the scores of students across the state have dropped significantly, 30 to 35 percentage points in grade 3 through 8. What changed was the curriculum and the tests. What changed were inadequate curricular materials. What changed was giving the test before students were properly prepared. So who benefits from this? In the August 7, 2013 edition of the Washington Post, a colleague of Dr. Rella stated, "The bottom line is there are tremendous financial interests driving the agenda about our schools, from test makers to publishers to data management corporations, all making tremendous profits from the chaotic change. When the scores drop, they prosper. When the tests change, they prosper. When schools scramble to buy materials to raise scores, they prosper. There are curriculum developers earning millions to create scripted lessons, to turn teachers into deliverers of modules in alignment with Common Core, or to replace teachers with computer software designed for such alignment." Does it sound familiar? Clearly, the agenda is to shake confidence in the public education. All this is happening in Louisiana right now. The media is creating a toxic environment. John White came to New Orleans to turn it into an all-charter district. He did that. He's now continuing to do that throughout the state. At a Bessie meeting I attended last year, he approved three or five charter schools in Lafayette Parish against the wishes of the local school board. Lafayette Parish is now under siege, as is Baton Rouge. If you don't think White and Bessie won't be coming to St. Tammany Parish to do the same thing, you're kidding yourselves. Stop following this man, use Act 532 to get rid of Engage New York, and educate our children with a good curriculum. This has got to stop.
Debbie Sachs, and then after Ms. Sachs will be Stephanie Beard.
Good evening. Let's just say that this board has to meet a standard. The standard that all of you must meet is that you have to be in Baton Rouge tomorrow morning by 10. The way you meet this standard is by a particular mode of transportation. Some will go by plane, some by car, some by horse. And the last group is going to walk to Baton Rouge with shrimp boots on via the swamps near Port Barry. Most of you will make it to Baton Rouge and be able to pass the park test, with the exception of those who got bogged down and lost in the swamp. This is what happened to the children in New York, people. They got bogged down and Engaged New York. The math, Engage New York, steeped in confusing and convoluted methods, which resulted in over a 74% failure rate. Do you not think this is going to happen here? Does anybody pay attention to history? And now, speaking of history, a little history about fuzzy math in our parish. In 2005, under Superintendent Gail Sloan, complaints rippled across St. Tammany Parish's school system upon the implementation of a web-based discovery investigative math curriculum. Parents challenged the new math curriculum, stating that the discovery math did not make sense. Dr. Margot Guillot, Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction at the time, pointed out that this curriculum was very new. Changes were being made on a weekly basis, and it would take time to get the kinks worked out. Sound familiar? Long story short, St. Tammany parents wrote to the top 5 math institutions according to the United States News and World Report at the time. They received letters from Harvard, Princeton, Berkeley, and Stanford condemning the discovery investigative type of math. MIT did not respond. In the end, new textbooks were agreed to be purchased if these letters were kept out of the press. Question: how many of you were on the board back then? Question number 2: why is this board again in 2014 allowing a discovery investigative type of curriculum in the form of Engage New York, or as some have referred to it as Enrage New York? You have a new generation of parents that didn't like this fuzzy math, and this whole cycle is starting again. Last week, Mr. Hennigan gave a good synopsis of what has transpired and how we got to the point where we are now. He did state that over time, the local school board's power has been diminished, and that is exactly why citizens and Representative Schroeder fought so hard to give you a gift in the form of Act 532. This board has more power than you had before, and the legal ability to remove Engage New York math. You got rid of it in 2005. You can get rid of it now. Please do it. And don't ever bring this failing type of math curriculum to the children and teachers in our parish ever again. Thank you.
The next speaker is Stephanie Beard, and then after that, Jennifer Rabb.
Good evening, I'm Stephanie Beard. I'm a former algebra and geometry teacher with a bachelor's degree in mathematics from the University of Texas System. St. Tammany Parish has always been a top district because of the involvement of parents, our local tax base, and parents' insistence on the high-quality teachers and administrators, as well as curricular choices. We've had standards for 20 years, and the Common Core state standards aren't much different from the GLEs. A few things have been shifted around, a few things taken out, a few things added in. But how in the world did teachers teach to standards before Eureka came along? We understand that your goal of having good test scores conflicts with our goal of actually having our children get the education that our tax dollars are paying for. But what will become of our public school system if you ignore parents and what those parents want for their children? Make no mistake, the parents are the ones who by law make educational decisions for their children. If we parents are to entrust our children to teachers and administrators, then we expect those teachers and administrators and you to support our kids, not John White and the other reformers. And for the most part, ours do this. We have some wonderful and dedicated teachers, but do you have any idea how many parents in this district are willing and able to pull their children out of the public schools, even in the middle of the school year, and homeschool them, such as I had to do a few years ago? Parents and kids are not stuck in the St. Tammany Parish Public Schools. We have choices in this parish. We have chosen to put our kids into these schools. Nobody can see the test. How in the world can anybody tell you with a straight face we must use Eureka? We want to support our local public schools. If you want our kids to pass Common Core aligned standardized tests, then give them that chance by using good curricula. When our administration ignores the pleas of parents to let teachers simply teach and let kids learn, and instead chooses to listen to teacher leaders who are being wined and dined by John White, you will lose our support. We hear platitudes from the board. We hear demeaning and patronizing statements like, change is hard sometimes. My son wants to join the military, and the math materials and curriculum will not properly prepare him for the ASVAB. If my son fails the Algebra 1 EOC this year after having been forced to waste this year on Eureka's so-called algebra, he will be homeschooled from now on. Most of all, we will ensure that our children get a proper education, whether it's one of the schools you oversee or not. And what will become of this district when most of the kids with parents who care have left the schools for greener pastures? Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jennifer Rabb, and then after that is Natalie Babington.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jennifer Rabb, and I'm a kindergarten teacher at Covington Elementary. I am a parent of a third and first grader also at Covington Elementary. I've been teaching and living in St. Tammany Parish now for 12 years. I previously taught in St. Bernard Parish for 7 years, so I have a total of 19 years I can add. I'm a product of private and parochial schools. Education is so is my husband, and as soon as we moved to this parish, there was not a doubt in our mind that our children would attend this public school system. I would never change that fact, and I'm currently now a teacher leader for Covington Elementary and have served on numerous committees and have worked closely with the curriculum specialist in our parish and have helped with the input on the guaranteed curriculum. I'm here as a mother first, but as a teacher, I ask you not to press the delete button, as said once by the school members last week, for the entire guaranteed curriculum. I am not learning new lessons as a teacher. I am learning my students, and I'm learning them every day and how different each and every one of them are. As stated in the curriculum, which I access daily to implement and plan my lessons, quote, the lessons and activities and assessments included in each unit are intended to assist teachers in planning for instructions. The teachers should supplement lessons, activities, and assessments to meet the students' needs by including all supporting content necessary for mastery of the standards denoted in the unit. As a teacher, I have a plethora of resources to use, and I do not use a script to teach, to plan and implement my lessons with the end result of meeting the standards that a kindergarten student should master at the end of the year. If I listed all the resources I had, I would definitely go over my time. I also, as a good teacher, know when my students are struggling and find ways to assist them in the best way possible to meet the standards. As a teacher leader, I have been to many in-services and workshops offered by St. Tammany Parish and the state of Louisiana to help guide me in my process. I am available to help my colleagues, and I'm expected to share and assist in presenting this information to my staff and faculty. We as teachers, teacher leaders, principals, administrators, curriculum specialists, and the superintendents have worked very hard to have this just go away. If there are changes that need to be made, then those changes need to be addressed, which I believe is option 3. And I have the utmost confidence in these amazing people and parish that I work with, who educate my personal children, that they will do the best for all the children in St. Tammany Parish.
Natalie Babington, and then the next one will be Rebecca Hammond.
Good evening. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak in front of you. I grew up in St. Tammany Parish. I am a product of St. Tammany Parish education. Very, very proud of being a St. Tammany graduate. And I was very honored to be able to come and to speak in support of the curriculum. I am very, very excited with what I'm seeing in my students. And I, too, my students are becoming actual problem solvers. They're relating math to real life. Math has, in past years, my children have felt like it was something we do in a workbook, something that doesn't really extend outside of school. I would ask my children, when do you do math? Oh, just at school. But now, with this curriculum, it has such a basis in real life that the students know and they use it. And I so ask y'all to consider not hitting that delete button, because since I teach second grade, my students have learned from kindergarten using the curriculum. So you don't see the gaps in the students that maybe the middle school children have because they've had it from the beginning. And while it is a hard curriculum, we are doing things to supplement. So to completely get rid of it, I really think that's going to put us backwards. We're going to take several steps back in the same way when the legislators said you have to do this or you can't have the funding. And we started off with the gaps in our the years of gaps. Thank you very much, and I appreciate everything you guys do to help our school system be the very best in Louisiana, because I know it is.
Thank you. Rebecca Hammond, and then after Ms. Hammond will be Jade Miller.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Hammond. I'm also a second grade teacher. I was first introduced to Eureka Math last year. I saw great possibilities with it and was excited to try it with my class. It was tough. It was a big adjustment, and it had me doing things that were very uncomfortable, new, and very, very different. I hated watching my kids struggle so much, but what I discovered was even though it took longer sometimes to teach things than it had in the past, my kids got it. They may not have all learned by the end of the day, but some of them did. They may not have all learned by the end of the week, but some of them did. And by the end of the year, because we stuck with it, my kids were learning things that I never thought that they could learn. Since I've been using this curriculum, my students are doing things I never thought a second grader would be able to do. Our kindergarten and our first grade students don't use Eureka Math like we do in second grade and up. So I can only imagine what a greater difference I would see if they did. Is it perfect? No, it's not perfect. The bigger problem, though, is how the Common Core was rolled out by the state. They admit they messed up. A lot of kids missed out on getting the foundational skills that this curriculum provides in the early years. You see, the curriculum is written as if the kids started in kindergarten, and many of our kids didn't have that opportunity because of the way it was rolled out by the state. So we as teachers are doing our best to fill the gaps. When I was deciding on whether or not to speak tonight, I talked to a few of my teacher friends, 2 kindergarten teachers, a 5th grade math teacher, and a junior high math teacher, and asked them if they thought that this curriculum was worth defending. They all said, our kids are learning so much more than they did in the past. The problems they mentioned were the textbooks and the gaps. I heard a parent say last week that if teachers would just teach the standards, the kids would pass the test. That would be great if it were true. Teachers don't want to teach to the test. However, with the way the standardized test questions are currently being asked, if we completely get rid of Eureka, which prepares them for Common Core-like questions, even if the kids learn the standards, they may still do poorly on the test because of the vocabulary and the wording of the questions. I've had countless experiences where the students knew the concept but missed the problem because of the wording and the style. If students don't have the practice answering the questions the way they're going to be on the test will not be a true representation of what the kids know. It's kind of like teaching a person to play golf on a putt-putt course and then putting them on a real course and expecting them to shoot par. Even with the best trainer and the best equipment, if they've never played on a real course, they most likely won't make par. Our school system, our kids, and our teachers are judged based on how the students perform on the test. So if the curriculum doesn't prepare them for the style of questions they'll see on the test, then they won't be able to do well in the test. Make some adjustments to the upper grades to help account for the gaps that we're seeing right now. Just don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Thank you.
Jade Miller, and then the next speaker will be Sarah Wood.
Jade Miller. In short, I think that we have a hard time getting honest critique from teachers. However, because we're told that they rely so heavily on teacher feedback, I'd like to provide some for you. I know several teachers in the parish who tell me a very different story from the one painted for us here. I'd like to share with you what they've shared with me, and I believe it'll explain why we aren't getting honest feedback from the teachers. One told me, I'm cautious about speaking at public meetings because district and school officials and administrators frown upon teachers who go against the grain, especially with something they feel they've invested in or are mandated to support. Another one said teachers are afraid to rock the boat because they desperately need their jobs. I think most are too afraid of repercussions, and the administrators have scared them about speaking up. Another one said, we've been told to stay positive, and remember, you do work for the school board, so that sounds like a threat. Another one said, I'm scared to go to a meeting and fight this. I'm scared it'll get back to my administration and that they'll give me a low evaluation score. If I showed up to a meeting, it would get back to my principal. She would probably be embarrassed and I would seem like a teacher gone rogue that she couldn't control. So what I'm saying is that we're only hearing from the supportive teachers because they're not intimidated like the ones who go against the grain. I asked some of these teachers what they would say if I would protect their identities and speak for them. I wish I had time to share it all with you, but here's what I can share. Another year of using a curriculum that was written for me. Very little room for my own lessons and creativity. I didn't attend college to have my lessons written for me. I didn't go to school to teach to the test. They say use discretion, then say, but remember, the test will have this or that. To receive a high score, teachers are required to put on a dog and pony show. The whole system has taken the joy of learning right out of school. I find the whole process demeaning as a teacher. I have never cried so much in my 23 years of teaching and have been tempted to retire early. Most teachers right now are so worried about scores and teaching to the test because of all the emphasis being placed on data. I'm asking that this board remove the Eureka Math. I expect better from this parish for my son and for his peers. The parents have had enough, and if the teachers weren't so fearful, I think you'd hear more of the same from them too. Thank you.
Sarah Wood, and then the next speaker will be Beth Appleton.
Sarah Wood, Mandeville. The question tonight is whose interest outweighs the negative effects being imposed on our children. And I want to point out that, to my knowledge, teacher leaders are paid additional to teach Common Core to other teachers. So I want to point that out. I am in support of option one. Maybe not. Maybe not. I am in support of option one and am here to beg you to have faith in God and pick one, since that is the only one without Eureka Math, and it would actually serve the teachers in favor of it and the teachers opposed to it. It seems that there are many people here in high positions that are good at fear-mongering to influence compliance for all to be the same, using the same failing curriculum. I really and honestly wonder how our nation's story would have played out if at the start of the American Revolution, when Paul Revere took his midnight ride to warn that the British were coming, if it was fear-filled school boards, fear-filled teachers, and complacent parents to whom Paul Revere was shouting. Or what if the colonists to whom he was trying to warn had as a society abandoned their faith in God, not their belief, but their faith in his almighty power? What if that night during the midnight ride of Paul Revere, those to whom he was shouting had let their fears of dreadful consequences rule their decision to not just speak out, but to take real action to fight the tyrannical sufferings imposed by the British? What would our nation's history look like? How different would each of our lives have been without the real actions and sacrifices of those brave few who faced dreadful consequences, death, with only courage because of their faith in God's power to protect them in facing those fears while doing the right thing? This is that battle before us with Eureka Math and Common Core. We are fighting for the minds of our children and the nurturing and formation of an educated mind capable of independent thinking, not driven to ignorance by confusing and frustrating curriculum. I am certainly not polished, and many may view me as nothing more than a big-mouthed Don Quixote with a belief in America that can never be anything more than a dream or words on paper, because that America was abandoned long ago over the course of many years. But I will not stop, because when we fall, as has fallen every nation, including the one from where my family came, that has historically taken this path, either voluntarily or by force. When we fall, I so want to be able to look into the eyes of my children and say that I did all within my power to be like Paul Revere and awaken fellow Americans, and to be like George Washington and fight the good fight with the tools that God gave me and with faith in his power to protect me in my actions. But it simply was not enough, or I was born a generation too late to lift the chains of complacency and apathy that had already taken firm root.
I want to be able to face my children and say this at the point they realize that their future was stolen by greedy and powerful people, and that it was stolen because of the fear-filled, the blind, and the faithless. For this school board to do, and for this administration to have heard parents and to offer anything less than the Eureka Math is in fact to put everyone else's interest before the interest of our children and the parents of those children, and that is wrong. The fact that our children are crying, hating school, with damaging effects on their self-esteem, on top of the damaging effect to the education, to their education for life.
Ms. Wood, I need you to wrap it up.
I just urge you to do away with this curriculum because we have proof it is a failure. Go with option 1. That will satisfy those that support it and those that oppose it. Thank you.
Beth Appleton, and then Carrie Abear. You waive your time? Carrie Abear?
Hi, my name is Carrie Abear, and I'm a second grade teacher. Last year, when I first saw the new math, I looked at it and I was like, I don't know. I was very skeptical. I wondered why we were teaching this way. I thought, man, this is really hard. But they said to teach it, so I decided to give it a chance. And as I went through it, I saw the impact it had on my students. We're not just teaching them 2 + 2 is 4. But we're teaching them why. And that, in turn, will lead them to a deeper understanding. It is a little bit harder for them in the beginning, but you keep working with them. And at the end of the year, these methods, they really work. They understand why they're doing stuff. Like another teacher said, they're using it in real life, and they can see why it's important. In my classroom, there's not all the crying and everything else. When I say it's math time, my kids cheer. There's like activities that Eureka provides. We play games with it, and they've learned so much. So I've seen a lot of success for it. So thank you for your time, and I believe in option 3.
We're about halfway finished. I appreciate the speakers have pretty much stayed on task. Tara Ogeron's our next speaker, and then we'll have Kenta Peretti.
Tara Ogeron, parent of a 6th grader this year, and I'm going to be pretty short. 2 nights ago, my son, out of the blue, we weren't even doing homework or anything, told me that he wasn't good at math. I believe a lot of this feeling comes from the last couple of years. He seems to be doing pretty well in math this year, actually, but I just feel like, especially in the younger grades, this got brought in when he was in 4th grade, not necessarily the Eureka part, but the Common Core and the Eureka. I think the younger grades, a lot of children have problems with it, and it erodes their confidence in their ability to do math with any type of efficiency. So I just ask y'all to think about that, and thank y'all for listening.
Thank you. Kenta Peretti, and then next we'll have Sue Ellen Powell.
My name is Kenta Peretti. I'm an Algebra 1 teacher and mother of 4. I had something prepared. I'm going to stray from a little bit. I seem to be hearing a different thing from the elementary teachers than what I'm hearing from the high school teachers. The high school teachers seem to have 5 concerns that I think need to be addressed: the sequencing of the curriculum, the lack of foundation that our students have, pacing, the curriculum alignment with high-stakes tests, and teachers' inability to participate in the process of improving the curriculum. Sequencing. Topics are appearing in the curriculum that have not typically occurred in the order in which they do in the new curriculum. Some placement of the topics has caused confusions among students and teachers. And because the entire curriculum is not posted, there's a great deal of uncertainty among teachers as to what to cover and to what extent. Foundation gaps. The curriculum assumes that students come to us with a foundation that they do not have. We are noticing numerous gaps. Pacing. Teachers are strongly encouraged to follow a timeline set up by the district that is not possible. How do we balance teaching the children at a pace in which they will master the concepts, fill in the gaps, and stay on track to be successful in high-stakes tests? Accountability. Will the new curriculum prepare students for this year's test or future test? Students' grades will be affected by the outcome of these tests, schools' reputations are being affected by these tests, and teachers are losing tenure as a result of these tests. Teachers are frustrated and they are afraid to speak up. The lessons we have are scripted, and while many high school teachers are veering from the scripts, everyone is afraid to admit what they are actually doing. We need to know that it's okay for us to discuss our concerns and to help each other through this difficult time. We are asking the district to give us opportunity to work together to best serve our students. I strongly encourage you, before any decision is made, to please talk to the teachers and the administrators who are actually dealing with this curriculum. Some of the suggestions provide immediate and ongoing opportunities for teachers to collaborate with their peers through parish-wide staff development and email data banks. Ensure that the teachers know that the curriculum is a resource and that they are free to supplement it to best meet the needs of their students. Ensure that teachers know that the timeline is a suggested timeline and that adjustments can be made. Communicate with teachers via email when changes are made to the curriculum or new units are posted. Listen to the teachers who are implementing the curriculum. Form a committee of teachers from every level, elementary, middle, junior high, and high school, who are actually teaching the curriculum to address the concerns, and communicate with other districts across the state to see how they are addressing curriculum concerns. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sue Ellen Powell, and then next will be Wendy Varnado.
Hello, I'm Sue Ellen Powell. I teach third grade at 6th Ward Elementary. I have to admit, when I first started implementing the guaranteed curriculum, or Common Core curriculum, I was a little bit skeptical. I thought it was a little bit difficult. I thought sometimes maybe the kids weren't developmentally ready for it. But once we got into it, and I kind of had to look at the big picture and how well this was actually preparing them for future challenges, especially when they get into algebra. I thought that each step they take in learning multiplication and the time we spend on each unit really reinforces what they need to learn through the tape diagrams, the number bonds, the number lines. I think they're putting to use all of this, and it's going to help them in the future. I heard someone say the other day at a prior meeting that, why does my student need to have a written explanation as to why 4 times 4 is 16? I see the total purpose of that, because I think that tells the teacher, yes, I can explain how I got to this answer. I have learned this. I have mastered this. So I do like the time spent on each unit. I like I just think it's a good process for them. I follow the guarantee curriculum. I've seen tremendous growth since August 7th. I don't think we're rote learning anymore. I think they're just learning in a good way. Thank you.
Wendy Varnado, and then next will be Mary Lou Jordan.
Hi. My name is Wendy Varnado. I'm a third grade teacher and a parent of 3 students currently attending school in St. Tammany Parish. I am speaking in response to the meeting held before this board last Thursday, in which I attended. I listened intently as a handful of parents took issue with our current standards in the Eureka Math curriculum. As a parent of 4, I understand the passion and conviction from which they spoke. However, I do not believe that they speak for everyone. In fact, my 4th, 8th, and 10th grade children are all finding success with the new curriculum and standards. I owe these successes to the sound judgment of some very dedicated and hardworking teachers. I fear that in an effort to address the concerns voiced by these parents, you're going to make decisions that will shortchange our students and greatly affect my own children. I am concerned about the chaos that a change in course would create for them and the confusion that it would create for their teachers. I'm concerned about the prospect of our school system pulling the Eureka Math curriculum. I'm convinced that this is the best resource we have at this time to teach our students to the rigor of the standards. I am having success with this curriculum in my own classroom. All of my students are achieving mastery of the objectives, they're scoring well on assessments, they're highly engaged in the work, and they tell me every day how much they love math. I do not have parents calling or emailing me with concerns. The fact is that when children are successful, parents are happy. I do not assign nightly Common Core math homework. Instead, I assign 15 to 30 minutes of math and reading fluency homework that builds on foundation skills and does not pose a problem for parents who are assisting with homework. Again, I point out that the parents who spoke at the meeting last week do not speak for everyone. I think that we as a school system can get this right with some very clear directives from our school leaders. All we have to do is find a way for students to be successful and not burden children with homework that creates frustration and stress for their parents. The answer is not to pull Eureka Math. The answer is to identify teachers who are struggling with the curriculum and provide them with the support that they need to help their students achieve success. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Lou Jordan, and the next will be Katie Lloyd.
Hi, I'm Mary Lou Jordan, principal of Riverside Elementary for the past 23 years and an educator for 38 years. And this evening I'm here to address Mr. Hennigan and the board members. He asked, is it going well with the math content standards? And I have the utmost respect for all of our school board members. Two of them are my grandparents, Miss Seeley and Mr. Womack. Glad to see both of you. Mr. Hennigan and the board members, I can tell you at Riverside it is going well, as evidenced by our fall district-created student learning targets. You know, evidence is the very most important part of education. Do we have the data? Do we have the evidence? And we do at our school. This past 3 years, we've been working on the curriculum of the math content standards and the language arts content standards. And as we work with our teachers, we sit down and look at the student learning targets individually. And when we found out this year, the third year in the curriculum, that 17 out of my 20 classrooms had a higher proficiency level in the math baseline standards than language arts. And that's never happened before. Also, we found out that the students were preferring this type of learning and the teachers were doing very well with it. We had an aha moment and epiphany across the board for teachers of grades 1, 2, 3, and 4 that a deeper understanding and connections were being seen before that had never been seen in math before. And believe me, at 38 years, I've seen a lot of math programs. And I can tell you right now, the data is there. We need to give it a chance. We need to listen to our curriculum board. We need to make sure they have the expertise, which they do, and the materials and supplies. There's not a teacher in this parish who would turn down professional development. That's the way educators are. We want professional development, we want materials. But more than that, we need the support of this board to support our curriculum team, the experts that we have in place to do what's right for our children, who's right for our teachers. You know one thing? Title I schools. Riverside is a Title I school. 77% of my children are impoverished. That means the highest percentage we've ever had. Last year was 73, the year before 71. Educators tell us when your impoverished rate goes up, your test scores go down. That has not happened. At Riverside, we have climbed every year and we've increased. And that's 3 years with the new content standards in place. I do say hats off that we are making those strides. We're moving forward. And I'm going to end with this one statement here. We're in an A school district, and if we don't want to decline, we better look up and say what is really happening here is what's best for children. There's a great educator, and is a late teacher at Pearl High School who's passed away, Mr. James Boone. And Mr. James Boone would tell his students, and told both my sons, that you do adapt, move, or die. And again, that's adapt, move, or die. Simply stated, if St. Tammany is going to continue to climb up and not become a school district that's beginning to decline or die, then we need to have the courage to adapt, move forward, and continue to stay the leaders of education excellence in this state.
Thank you. Katie Lloyd, and the next will be Michelle Dundas.
Good evening. My name is Katie Lloyd. I'm a first-year teacher teaching third grade at Honey Island Elementary. I am here tonight to say that no curriculum is perfect. One of my colleagues compared a new curriculum to breaking in a new pair of shoes. There will be blisters in the beginning before it gets comfortable, and I think that's something we can all relate to. With that being said, this math is challenging. It is different than what I learned when I was in school, and probably what you learned when you were in school. However, I do not believe that we should completely get rid of our curriculum. Without a curriculum, we cannot ensure fluidity of the school system and a smooth transition of children from one grade to the next. I also think that it's unrealistic to ask our curriculum writers to write a new curriculum for a school year in such a short amount of time. I propose that instead of throwing out the curriculum completely, we should provide different resources to teachers as well as to parents. As a teacher, I follow the curriculum, but I also use different resources to help my children understand the concept. I think it is important to use a variety of resources and methods to teach children. I think providing more resources to teachers and parents would be extremely beneficial in helping us teach this new style of math to our children and helping them to be successful. I am also here to say that as teachers, we are experts and professionals in our field. Please take our ideas and opinions into consideration. With that being said, the parents are experts and professionals in their field. Their children. We need to take their ideas and opinions into consideration as well. As teachers and parents, as professionals, we need to work together, not against each other, to achieve a greater good, a common goal, an education for our children. Let us work together and find a happy medium so that our children can be successful.
Michelle Dundas. I'm sorry if I've pronounced that incorrectly. And then the next person will be Angela Luke.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Dundas, and I'm a first grade teacher at Riverside Elementary. I'm going to change my little speech just a little bit because I had all this stuff that I was going to say. But I want to address something that somebody said. I am not insulted that we have a guaranteed curriculum. I am not afraid to speak out, and anybody that knows me knows I'm going to speak my mind. Okay? Now I'll go on with the speech. All right. Common Core is not perfect. There are flaws in it. But without a common curriculum for us, we have no consistency. At my school, the first grade teachers get together and we talk about what works and what doesn't work. The guaranteed curriculum doesn't say you have to do this. There are many options out there, and we use a lot of them. At our school, when we talk about what works and what doesn't work, it gives us an idea of what our kids have mastered, what we need to work on. That's just at our school. But if we don't have a common curriculum throughout St. Tammany Parish, we have no idea what's going on at first grades at Honey Island or whatever other school it is. So when test time comes, the test is going to be inconsistent. If we have no curriculum, teacher A may say, I'm going to teach Johnny how to count to 50. He's going to recognize his numbers. He's going to be able to do addition and subtraction. But then at my school, we may say, well, I'm going to teach Susie to go to 150. So we still have no consistency. So when we go from one school to another, teacher A's child is going to be far, far behind. We don't want that. St. Tammany is a very good school system. I am a teacher, and I've had 2 children come through this system, and I've been very pleased with that. One last thing before I stop. There was a very wise man. His name was Bill Withers. He was a singer. One of his songs says, before you wreck your old home, be certain of your new. Before we get rid of the guaranteed curriculum, we better be sure we've got something that's comparable to take its place. Thanks.
Angela Luke, and then the next speaker will be Joshua Renaud.
Hi, I'm Angela Luque. I'm an algebra teacher at Slidell High. I was asked to come and speak a little bit of our opinion, the math teachers at Slidell High, about the curriculum. I noticed that there's a lot of elementary, and the high school opinion is a little bit different. First of all, I would like to recognize all the hard work that went into, the curriculum and its resources. A lot of the things were very helpful for us. The workbooks, the, workshop that they did, all the resources on Blackboard are very important for teachers. And I admire the effort to challenge our students and to raise our standards. I do believe that students should know how and why math works, not just memorizing steps. So any steps toward that are steps in the right direction. However, there are some concerns with the curriculum that we have. First of all, and I think this is the difference between the elementary and the high school, is that our students haven't had this coming all the way up. So they have already had a foundation one way, and then now we're trying to change that for them, and that's proving to be a very difficult task for them, and they're falling a little bit behind with that. So I think a few more transition years would have been, really beneficial and helpful for us and for our students. Also, the sequence was a little off. As we got really into the lessons, we saw that they were requiring in one lesson something that they hadn't yet learned yet. So, maybe just to revisit the order of how things go and to make sure that things flow in the right way would be good. Also, in math, there's always more than one way to solve a problem. There's plenty of ways to solve a problem, and I like to show my students different ways of solving problems because then they have a better understanding of how it works. And then also, if maybe you didn't understand it that way, maybe you'll get it a different way. And sometimes this curriculum goes a little bit against that of, well, you have to figure it out this way. Even if you have the right answer, no, you have to do it this way. And maybe those methods are not incorrect, but we can maybe use those for tools for differentiating our instruction for certain students who need that. Again, someone mentioned that they assume everything is retained from the previous years, and it is not. We need that time to go over that foundation before we can build on that, because if they're lacking that foundation, we can't build upon it. And I think the time is an issue that someone talked about how fast they want us to go with these things, and we need to be at a certain place at a certain time, which leaves us no time to go back and revisit things that they didn't understand, or maybe they failed and we have to move on anyway. And that's hard for a teacher to do, to watch their kids, sit on the sideline and fail and move on. And lastly, the professional development that everyone's talking about would be greatly appreciated. I think if this is a new method of teaching, then we, haven't learned that way, and maybe to be a little bit more trained in that manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Joshua Renaud, and then after Joshua Renaud will be Kristen Timmons. Sorry. All right. So Kristen Timmons.
Hi, my name is Kristen Timmons. I have been a mathematics educator for 10.5 years. I have a bachelor's of secondary math education from Northwestern State, and I have a master's of education from Southeastern. I'm here to ask you tonight to please choose option 3. Honestly, I would have liked if we had a 4th option and we could just keep what we have and work with what we have. But since we've been limited to 3 options, option 3 is the closest to what I and most of the other Algebra 1 and geometry teachers that I work with would like. Hundreds of dedicated educators throughout this parish have been diligently working to implement the mathematics curriculum that this district set forth at the beginning of the year. Has the implementation been easy? No. Have there been bumps along the way? Of course. Is it difficult because the curriculum is bad? Absolutely not. The curriculum is simply different, and it needs to be different. The world is changing rapidly, and so are the skills that students will need for jobs in the future. Today's students will need to be independent thinkers to be successful in their future jobs and endeavors. This curriculum is teaching students to think for themselves. It emphasizes the why behind the mathematics, rather than focusing on rote procedure. Does this shift feel uncomfortable for parents and teachers? Of course. But just as a new pair of jeans or a new pair of shoes need to be broken in, so does this curriculum. The more and the longer it is used, the more comfortable it will become. We need to give the curriculum time to be broken in. Time to tweak it, time to fix it, and time to fine tune it. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Buchanan. And then the next speaker will be Lee Barrios.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Buchanan. I am a third grade teacher and a parent of 2 kids in the public school system. After attending the school board meeting last week, I am very concerned that our school will move away from using Eureka Math. This transition to Common Core has been a challenge for all of us. However, Eureka Math helps me to teach the new standards to my students. The lessons are sequenced to help the students learn by moving from concrete, real-life problems to abstract ideas and expressions. The curriculum teaches many different ways for a child to model their mathematical understandings. The lesson development provides opportunities to use math manipulatives. My students love this part. Then the lesson moves to the guided practice. In this part of the lesson, we complete problems together under the document camera. In the independent practice, students solve similar problems on their own. The lessons offer students and teachers a gradual release of responsibility. I am always amazed at what my students are able to do at the end of the lesson. The work is very rigorous, and the students learn at a really high level. And my students are very highly engaged. It would be a detriment to my students if you decided to pull Eureka Math from the curriculum. Please don't pull Eureka Math. Please support option 3.
Thank you. Lee Barrios, and after Ms. Barrios is Susan Carter.
Lee Barrios, retired teacher from St. Tammany. The action that you all take tonight as a board, with the power that you have as a board, is extremely important to all stakeholders in this school district. It will determine whether or not St. Tammany will concede that our unqualified state superintendent, John White, and his compliant Bessie board know better than our own highly qualified, successful teaching staff and the parents of our children as to curriculum choices. It will send a message to our teachers as to the level of respect and confidence that you have in them based on their past success. It will send a message to a considerable number of parents throughout the parish, those who have chosen to speak out and those that have not, who have shared with you real-life problems that they and their children have experienced. Your action tonight should not be based on account of the number of phone calls you've received, either for or against. It also should not be limited by the obvious threats and lack of cooperation offered tonight in all 3 options. Most importantly, your decision cannot be based on the fear of the unknown, the threat that the state uses to coerce compliance in the form of a high-stakes test that no one will ever see, and that along with the use of Eureka Math curriculum has proven to bring about the failure of 70% of students in New York State. I know you all have been weighing the evidence, the facts, and the research that you've been provided by many parents and teachers. My hope is that your decision tonight will be based on your interest in providing the best possible educational experience for every child. Teachers should be given, as they always have in St. Tammany, the freedom and the support to teach the best way they can and in a way that results in the success for their students. After all, they are the ones held accountable for their fate based on the state evaluation system. I see very little contradiction in any of the testimony tonight. It's proof that every teacher is unique and every child is unique. The problem that I believe every teacher has is the attempt to mandate the full use of any curriculum with no option for variance. I'm disappointed that administration will not recognize that the real problem is in falling into the trap of standardization. The mandate for Eureka needs to be removed and full support and resources offered for teachers to use as their students need. I hope this board will modify the options presented to provide for that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Susan Carter, and after Ms. Carter is Candace Watsey.
Good evening. My name is Susan Carter, and I'm a 3rd grade teacher at Honey Island Elementary School. Out of respect for time, I am speaking on behalf of myself and my colleagues standing behind me. I would like to start off by saying that we are not here because we were coerced or forced or were paid extra to be here. We are here to support what we are doing in our classrooms. We use the Eureka Math curriculum. as it is the best available curriculum that aligns to the standards. We supplement the curriculum as good teachers do to differentiate the instruction and reach the various learning abilities, learning styles, and intelligences that encompass our students. We communicate with our parents by sending notes, explanations of strategies and processes being taught, newsletters through our websites, emails, and parent conferences. We adjust our instruction daily to ensure that our students are successful. We spend many additional hours, unpaid I have to add, working toward this goal. Our students are finding success. They do not just know the facts. Instead, they understand the process, and they have a supply of strategies available to them to help solve future problems that they will most definitely encounter later in life. We are here to ask you not to create the impending chaos to our classrooms and learning environment by getting rid of Eureka Math. We are here to ask you to respect us as professionals, the professionals that we are. Allow us to use this curriculum that is aligned with the standards. Supplement it with resources as we see fit, materials as needed, and continue to meet the needs of all our learners. Thank you for listening to our professional opinion.
Candace Watsy, and then Susan Coffey. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Candace Watsy, and I'm an 8th grade ELA teacher at Mandeville Junior High, and this is my 37th year as a teacher. My 21st in St. Tammany. I spent 10 years at Jesuit High School and 6 years in Orleans Parish. I think when we give in to standardization, we give up some freedom. And make no mistake about this, Common Core state standards is all about the money. Now, I can respect what I have heard, thank you, from my colleagues. It seems definitely that there is a split between lower elementary grades and upper grades. There's a great difference between tonight and last week's meeting. Our community is clearly in turmoil. As a teacher, when I was hired to teach by St. Tammany, there was no guaranteed curriculum. I was hired for my expertise in my field, and I was trusted to deliver the curriculum as I saw fit based on the GLEs that were in place at that time. As a professional teacher, I would not be intimidated by being given the standards and told to reach them any way I could. In fact, John White, our unqualified superintendent, has sold us that whole thought, that the whole beauty of Common Core standards was that the teacher would then be free to reach those standards in whatever way he or she felt best. And yet that hasn't been what has happened. What has happened is that the Common Core standards have been basically jammed down our throats. They were adopted by the state of Louisiana before they were even written. And if you study the standards deeply, you know that Bill Gates himself bankrolled these standards. This is a threat to our basic freedom. And if we do not see that the privatizers of education want us to fail by setting us up, then we are going to deserve what we get. Thank you.
Susan Coffey, and the next will be Amy Burkell.
Hi, I'm Susan Coffey. I am a second grade teacher, my first year teaching second grade. I have 2 children who came through your system. One is on a full ride at UNO, and not one of her friends is American. She needs to be ready for an international competition because she's competing today. Just like the kids in our school, we are competing every day. This curriculum is getting my kids ready. I can stand here and repeat everything these people have said. It's not a perfect curriculum. It needs to be tweaked. If I were a high school teacher, I'd say stop it, cut it off where the foundation starts, and let us roll it in 1 year at a time. That's my suggestion. Let the foundation lie where it is. Don't take it away from our kids. You know what my kids told me today? This is why they taught me this in first grade. This is the same thing we did on our meter tape yesterday. We were skip counting. Now we're skip counting. And you know what? I can teach my 3rd grade brother multiplication because I figured out that's what we're doing. Because all multiplication is adding the same number. That's what they're learning. Now let me tell you what they said today. I like this math because we play hard, challenging games. I like this math because it helps me learn fast and it's easier than other math skills. I like this math because it helps math be fast, like a snap. You know, the best moment in my class this year was when my kids, who in the beginning of the year were doing this because they said, my dad says I have to use his way to do math. And you know what I told them? You be obedient to your dad. And that's one more tool in your toolbox. But by the time you leave my classroom, you're going to have a big enough toolbox, you're going to have wheels to carry it. Because you're going to have all kinds of tools to make it in this world. But you know what they're saying now? I solved that problem and I didn't even pick up my pencil. I did it all up here. They don't need a pencil. Tweak the math. These ladies that write our curriculum are phenomenal. Not once have I ever been told I cannot do what I need to do for my students. Miss Araby, Miss Lane, every one of these ladies, I would go to bat to them tomorrow. Both of my children have had a phenomenal education, but you know what they told me? Mom, please go speak to that school board because St. Tammany is the best, but it can be a whole lot better.
Amy Burkell, and then we'll have Sema Welch.
Hi. My name is Amy Burkell, and I'm a 5th grade inclusion teacher at Little Oak Middle School. I teach math science to ESL, which is English as a second language, general education students, and special ed students all in the same classroom. As a teacher, I see our new curriculum provides concrete visual representations that coincide with the standard algorithm that all of us are most familiar with. This method of math connects standard math with charts, number lines, and tape diagrams. It's essentially creating graphic organizers just like students have been doing for years in writing to aid our students in math. Therefore, instead of attempting the standard algorithm first, our students organize their information using place value charts and tape diagrams prior to the standard algorithm. This just helps guide our students to have a more in-depth understanding of the math concept and produces a much better product. This is the first curriculum that I've taught that challenges all of my students, both high and low achievement levels. I see less compliance and more rigor and engagement. Because many of my students are on the autism spectrum, the concrete literal aspect of these charts really help them to make connections. One student in particular communicates very little with his peers. Using the strategies provided to us by our new curriculum, this student is able to connect with their peers better than I've ever seen before. The student feels a sense of pride knowing that they can now help others, whereas before, he or she was always receiving the assistance. On another note, I am also a parent of 2 children in St. Tammany Parish School System, one in 2nd grade and the other in 4th. As a mother, I hate to see my children struggle, but when I look at how far their knowledge base has grown in just 9 weeks, I have to be supportive and patient. It's amazing what my youngest son can do in math at the age of 7. His depth of knowledge and understanding of basic facts far exceeds what my oldest son learned in 2nd grade 2 years ago. There are times that my 4th grader struggles with certain concepts, but by the end of the week, the concepts come together to make those aha moments without learning tricks. This is without repetitious work of all of we familiar with 40 to 50 problems a night from a textbook where each problem is identical in skill level with little to no thinking required. Now there are 3 to 5 problems a night, solving problems in depth, gaining a real understanding of the math. In conclusion, I would like to say that it's human nature to resist change. But as an educator and a parent, I feel we need to be patient and give this change a chance. Thank you.
Sema Welch, and then Andrew Knock will be next.
My name is Sema Welch, and I'm a 5th grade math teacher at Little Oak Middle School. My classroom includes students who have strong as well as weak background skills in math. The challenge I face every day is meeting the needs of my advanced students while still giving support to my struggling students, all within the same classroom. I feel that our guaranteed curriculum allows the flexibility to meet the needs of all my students across all learning spectrums. In my class, my advanced students are able to see a problem solved with a standard algorithm once or twice. They can pick it up quickly, and then they're ready to move on to the next level. On the other hand, my students who struggle with standard algorithms can use pictorial representations and illustrations to guide them through the algorithms. As part of each lesson, my students work together to achieve their goals using their strengths. My former teaching experience is at an inner-city school in New Orleans, and since being hired in St. Tammany Parish, I am amazed at the support that we receive from our curriculum specialists. We have immediate responses, workshops, and personnel to guide us throughout the year. Our curriculum is not a standard textbook curriculum. Yes, it is difficult and challenging at times, but I have seen my students rise to the occasion. We are taking them beyond the old school methods of learning, things such as, does McDonald's sell cheeseburgers, or 4 or less, make it rest, 5 or more, let it soar. Or things such as ditto sheets with 50 or more repetitious math problems. We don't just solve problems. We encourage students to ask, why? After all, isn't that our kids' most famous question anyway? I transferred to this school system because I knew St. Tammany Parish school system was the best, leading the state with their innovative approach on education. I still believe in this school system, and I hope that you will support our efforts as we continue to strive for excellence. Thank you.
Andrew Knopf.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Knock, and I actually speak to you 3 capacities tonight. Firstly, as a parent of a first grade daughter with 2 more children on the way soon. A teacher for 10 years in the classroom, and this year I've joined the administration team as the administrative assistant at Lakeshore High. As a parent and as somebody who also attended St. Tammany schools in the 80s and early 90s, I'm glad to see that our standards and our curriculum are still demanding and that encourage critical thinking. And I want my children to be challenged, and yes, I do want them to struggle sometimes, because when they struggle and they overcome that struggle, well, then they're better for it. As a teacher, I know that we have a curriculum that's built around these high standards, but with enough freedom that allow us, those teachers who are in the classroom and know our students, to reach each child. To completely remove the curriculum would be a severe disservice to the students and teachers alike. Of course, we have terrific teachers here in St. Tammany, and undoubtedly we would succeed without a curriculum, but why deprive us of some of the best resources to not only succeed, but to flourish? From the administrative assistant side, and also to mention I'm department chair of the social studies department at Lakeshore, we are consistently working with teachers in order to provide them with the resources and support needed to teach effectively. We've heard several times tonight that teachers don't have a say or that the teachers are struggling and they don't understand. But from subject area collaboration, professional development, workshops, to working directly with our curriculum specialists, we seek every opportunity to prepare our teachers for all they need to guarantee the success of our students. And much has been said in the past about teachers wishing to avoid accountability, but here we are asking that as we hold our students to high expectations, that you in turn hold us to the same high expectations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knopf. That was our last speaker. Thank you all for coming and sharing your concerns and remarks with us this evening. All right, so we'll go back now to the board-directed report on mathematics curriculum, and I would like to ask if board members have questions. I'm going to get to everyone. Mr. Betancourt, you're first.
I'm very seldom first. First of all, thank all of y'all for being here. Pro, con, in the middle, whatever. It takes an effort to show up for this meeting, and I appreciate all your input. I always thought I knew why 2 and 2 is 4. Now I'm not too sure. In the last week between these 2 meetings, I had questions. I've gotten a lot of emails from teachers. I've tried to respond to just about everybody except the ones I got today, and I'll get a response to those. I've had phone calls. I've had face-to-face conversations, again, with teachers, parents, some for this Eureka Math, some not for it, some with big problems, some with small problems. But in the last week, I thought about a few years ago when I was still kind of new on the board, and I remembered when we were going from good to great. And I thought about, most of y'all will remember, we went and tried collaboration. We went to Naperville, Illinois, and we went to Plano, Texas. Those were great systems. They still are. And I think we went up there. We had visits from, I don't know if it was curriculum specialists or whatever, but I know some of our employees went to these places, and I think some people from there came down here. That process resulted in us on where we are now. We are going from good to great. But I talked to some people from both of those systems. In Plano, Texas, they're not part of Common Core, but they're a highly regarded school system. And the people I talked to, they were able to direct me to their websites and all, where I was able to download, and then I talked to them in person. And they explained to me that the Texas system is fairly closely aligned with the Common Core standards. There's a few differences. But anyway, they gave me their list of their curriculum, if you will, the textbooks they use and all. And nowhere is on there the Eureka Math or whatever else it's called. And so I thought, did they somehow become like lesser than we are or whatever? Did they become a bad school system because they're not using Eureka? I asked them about that, and the lady I was speaking to said she'd never heard of Eureka Math. So then I was talking to Naperville, Illinois, and they are Common Core aligned, and they are in the Park Consortium as of this afternoon. I know they're dropping like flies, but again, I spoke with some people. One of the ladies in the instruction or curriculum department, she too said they never heard of Eureka Math. So she said they were redoing their website. They didn't have this up on the website yet, but she emailed me all of their curriculum from kindergarten through high school, and on not one of these pages is there anything about Eureka Math. There's all, and they meet the Common Core state standards. And there's all these textbooks for math, these curriculums that seem to be available. And I'm going to present this, to our curriculum department and let them thumb through it. Maybe again we'll find out that Naperville has fallen off and they're just not the system that they used to be because of what they're using. But I just don't understand why we used to have a guaranteed curriculum. Y'all wrote it. You did a fantastic job. But now, from what I gather, we can't have a guaranteed curriculum unless it's Eureka Math. And I still don't understand why that is. And I don't want to keep going on, but one other thing, if this thing stays unresolved and stuff, I think maybe the administration should look at these teacher evaluations, should maybe be put on hold if that's going to create a problem. And I don't know if by state law or whatever we can do that, but I wanted that mentioned. I also spoke to the Schlechte Center. They don't take a stand on standards and curriculum, but the president, he responded back to me and had some great things to say about our curriculum team and what we in St. Tammany are capable of. And he felt assured that, that we're going to work our way through this and maintain our standing as a good system going great. Couple more things. Naperville and Plano's, to kind of show that they are still good. Their ACT composites for Naperville, 2013 was 24.8, 2014 was 25.1, Plano 2013 was a 25.9, 2014 25.8. They're a little bit ahead of us, but we're going to catch them because we're above the national average too. So I know some kind of way, there's got to be a way where we can work through this. Parents, teachers, our curriculum experts and stuff. We're St. Tammany Parish. We can do this. We can survive and excel if we keep working together. I don't understand why all of a sudden, when we've had one, now all of a sudden we can't seem to have a guaranteed curriculum unless it's Eureka Math, which is connected to Mr. White. One of the things that Plano's using is Envision 2.0 for their lower grades, and I know I've heard that math program mentioned a few times and stuff. But anyway, I'm going to get this to curriculum and just let them go through it and see if there's any merit to any of this stuff. I've probably got more stuff to say, but I'm going to stop. Thanks you again for all being here and participating.
Ms. Belisario?
Thank you. I have several questions, and then later I'd like to reserve a little time. Ron, thank you for checking into those. Superintendent Foles also did a lot of research. He surveyed at least 20 other parishes, and it was amazing, I think, to him as well as to me, that they're all over the map. They're using all sorts of different textbooks. One system, I can't remember which one, it might have been West Feliciana, used a different curriculum 4 times, like lower elementary, middle, junior high, and high school, different curriculum. So there is a problem of consistency. Now, I do have some questions. Concerning option 2, Ms. Araby, you mentioned textbook alignment. Would that be with the textbook of a couple years ago?
Well, actually 8 years ago.
The same one?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was Scott Sporsman, which is now Pearson.
Okay.
Okay.
And do we have enough of those, since our system grows every year? We now have more students than we did at that time, and that textbook is out of print.
That's correct. We cannot purchase any new ones, actually. We're checking on that. We're checking on the possibility of being able to use some of it electronically. The consumables were the textbooks, which were all consumables in our grades K through 3. There is a possibility to purchase those. There's also, what we did learn today was a homework book that's aligned with Scott Sporsman. I think the most important thing to understand is, as we've done those crosswalks with our Scott Sporsman textbook, and when I'm talking about Scott Sporsman, that's the lower grades for sure, through 5th or 6th grade, I believe is how the Scott Sporsman was. And in the crosswalks, what we do know are all the standards are not covered. And so there will still be that group of standards that certainly other resources would need to be used. The other thing with the alignment is the crosswalks that have been done. We also know that some of the standards, as far as being covered in the Scott Sporsman, are not at the depth of understanding. One example that was given to me in 4th grade was that the standard in our Scott Forsman text was one lesson or one activity, whereas what our teachers have been using either through Eureka or whatever the means they were using, that particular standard had 12 lessons with it. So it's the depth of understanding in some of the standards.
In your opinion, the difference between option 2 and option 3 is basically in option 2, the Eureka, the amount of Eureka would be at the discretion of the teacher, I think you said.
Correct.
But in option 3, Eureka would be integrated in every lesson.
Not necessarily every lesson, but Eureka would be at the teacher's discretion even in number 1, even if there was no curriculum,
Right.
because then it's left in the hands of the teachers to make that decision. The big difference between 2 and 3 is that there are not lessons that are built. So the materials, resources, websites are there for teachers to use to build their own lessons. The sequencing of the concepts, which as I tried to stress in my presentation, is we're into the school year. We're finishing that first grading period. So the sequencing, we would still continue along the lines with the Eureka Math with that alignment. And so that would be in our option 2 and our option 3. I think more importantly, and it was really amazing to me to hear tonight from the teachers, is many of the teachers have the understanding it's still at their discretion. The pacing of the lessons are still at their discretion. And the choice of the lessons are still at their discretion. So the lessons that we do, that we have more or less revised somewhat from Eureka. Eureka is not the only thing that's in our guaranteed curriculum. There's many other things for teachers to be able to use. But what I was pleased to hear tonight was that many of our teachers know it's make it their own. Know your kids, take what's in the guaranteed curriculum, and design the lessons that you need to do to meet the needs of your students. I do believe in the way of professional development. We probably have pockets of teachers who still do not have that feeling of freedom. And so I think that that is a large thing that we need to do in our professional development. And I think our plan is great. We have a great professional development plan. And as I've said, what we plan to do from the district, and I was glad to hear that tonight, was to get those grade-like peers together so that they could collaborate and see what we're doing over here and what we're doing here, and to see how that would align to help them.
Well, actually, that's where I had some other questions, because I've had several teachers and a couple administrators tell me a number of things that I didn't understand. They felt they had to follow their script exactly. They felt they couldn't deviate. Also, they told me, some even came to my house to talk to me because, as some parents pointed out, they were uneasy coming here. They told me that they couldn't pace it themselves. They had to keep moving. And then I asked, did you have professional development? And I was told that many of them didn't. So it's now 9-10 weeks into the school year, and we're now thinking of doing professional development?
Ms. Belisario, as I shared with you last week, those numbers, we've had professional development. We had over 600 teachers that attended our professional development that we just had this past summer. We also, our professional development, it's important to remember, the plans are established at many of our schools and they look very different. But the professional development at the school level is ongoing. It's many times it's once a week, many times it's once a month. And it's not just the teachers leaving their schools and going elsewhere. But I'm not saying we're just starting professional development. I'm just saying we're going to the next level of professional development within our district. We had those teacher leader programs. We had over 100 teachers who went to the first cohort, where that was as many as 6 days. The second cohort group, that attended. It was about 80 teachers, and we had, that in itself was about 5 days. Then we had our district professional development that we provided this summer with this over 600 teachers that attended.
And that
and
was
then
math?
we have
And that was just math?
no, we had ELA as well. It was
Okay.
math and ELA.
But you did have math?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And math was the highest attended. I believe our math was right at 400, and our ELA was about 250 teachers. And so the professional development is an important piece. But I think it's important, and I didn't want that to be misunderstood with my presentation tonight, that we've just developed this plan and we're just going to do this. It is ongoing. And each school, I mean, if you would hear some of the things that we have going on, I know with the Little Oak and Bonnie Cole, that they have all been meeting as a group. They've almost got their own little plan going in their group. You're going to see similar things over here. You got your groups over here that meet. Bonnie Cole even comes over to Mandeville Middle and Lake Harbor and Chafuncta, and they meet. So professional development is much more than us putting 100 teachers in a place and just at the district level. I think, and it's because of the depth of that professional development where we are in St. Tammany Parish because of the way we do business.
So the teachers are allowed to deviate from their script?
Yes, ma'am.
I've been told by many of you that they could not. That's why I'm asking.
Yes, ma'am. That's when we use the word, and I know we use the word a lot, it's at the teacher's discretion.
Yeah.
What we used to say more often at the beginning of the guaranteed curriculum was make it your own. It's the teacher's discretion. Here's the menu. What do you need to do in your classroom? You draw, you take all those different pieces, and you can develop a daily lesson plan. Now, I'm not going to say that we may have some teachers. This curriculum provides a differentiation for teachers as well. Where is a teacher in their years of experience, their years of feeling good, being very confident? You might have a teacher that had a shift to grade this year. You may have a teacher who might be teaching a subject that they hadn't taught before. Those teachers may choose to go directly from that curriculum. That's their choice.
I have a couple other observations.
Could I say one thing just to follow up on that? And we do have a principals meeting Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
And we have our next professional development day
Next
Friday, a week from tomorrow. So this will be an opportunity in both those situations to reinforce that and make sure that it does trickle down to everyone at every school. And it certainly will be on our agenda item for our principals as well as at our schools on Friday.
Okay. I just had a couple other observations to make. Somebody, and I don't even remember if it was a parent or a teacher, said that we should not have started it the way we did, should have phased it in grade level by grade level. We would have loved to. The state told us to. And I want that to be clear. I know I even went to Miss Araby and I said, when did we find this out? She said March or April of a year. We had to rewrite our curriculum, grades 3 through 12, for 2 subjects by August. So please don't think the board did that to you.
The initial plan was to be phased in gradually, and then
Right.
that time right before the school,
It was March right
the
before,
plan
and
changed.
then it was going grade, second grade and up.
Right. I do have just 2 other things I want to say. Our parents that come out and speak to us, I keep hearing over and over, oh, it's the same 7 or the same 15 parents, and that doesn't represent a lot of people. I would like to point out tonight that we had 22 teachers and 2 administrators address us out of 3,900. So let's not cast dispersion on the parents who leave their kids doing homework at home and come out tonight to address us. I appreciate all of you, and I really wish we had crowds like this all the time. And I have some questions for later. No, stop.
Ms. Tipton?
Thank you, Ms. Heinz. I prepared a statement that I would like to read. I, like the rest of the board, have been pondering as to what truly is the best solution for our school system. At this moment, I still don't know what is the right thing, but I do know it should not be a fast and swift decision. There are serious issues with serious consequences in whichever road we take. Our decision starts with affecting 38,000 students, which in turn affects the parents of 38,000 students. The tentacles stretch on and on, affecting a multitude. Therefore, my thought is we as board members have more work to do. It is our responsibility to our public. We need to reach out to the principals and teachers. We will need to meet in small groups due to the Sunshine Law. We should meet with just the principals and the teachers of each school, and it should include not only those who are supporters, but also those who are not supporters. Everyone's voice should be heard. It should be candidly and freely discussed. They are a large part of the puzzle, and they have knowledge we do not have. Also, I believe we should meet in small groups with the curriculum specialist. They too are an intelligent group of people with whom we should have honest, real communication. In doing so, we may ask questions and learn more about their thoughts and their ideas as to its effects now as well as to the future. Parents have been given an opportunity and we have listened. We called a special meeting for discussion which occurred on Thursday, September 25th. I believe it was not enough. We need more research to deduce our correct path. The suggested venues should provide school board members greater assistance with our decision making. After all, a few more weeks of gathering information certainly cannot hurt. It is our duty to not leave a stone unturned. In order to expedite this feat, we need our boots on the ground. We need the help of the principals, the teachers, and the curriculum specialist. I personally do not feel comfortable doing this alone. We have more work to do prior to making this monumental decision. We made a commitment to do what is right for, as our motto states, every child, every day, and let's do just that. Thank you.
Mr. Hennigan? Mr. Hennigan?
Thank you. Okay. Okay, what am I? Very complex issue we have here facing us. We've been put in a difficult situation as a parish. I do have a great deal of faith in the teachers, the parents, the administrators, etc., to get us out of this hole that we're in right now, and I think we'll get there. As I sit, some things I just heard. Let me just kind of play back because that you understand my thoughts. Okay, so a lot of teachers that were here talked about how well this is working. I think a lot of those were teacher leaders. I do think the in-service training, the professional development has been a little spotty in this parish, and I'm kind of noticing that some people know how to do this curriculum better than others. But I also kind of noticed that, everyone said this was hard. It's new, it's different, it's hard. And someone said, well, people resist change. And I'm getting old in my life, and one thing I've found, I don't think people resist change. I think people resist being forced to change, and so that's part of the problem here. So, what I'd like to ask a few questions, and let me also state this. Having also been around the block a few times, I look back at where we've come from, and I see a lot of people saying, we need to change how we do things. We need to teach better and compete internationally. Well, okay, here's my perspective, guys. The U.S., put a man on the moon. We've developed the whole aerospace industry. We've developed the transistor. We've harnessed the atom bomb. How exactly did we do that with the old stupid techniques that we used to have? I'd like to know that. And, you know, here's something else that bothers me about this Common Core. Even the developers who wrote it said, you know, this is not aiming high for college entrance, you know. I took a lot of math and I'm not going to go there. I do have a question for Ms. Araby, just to understand what goes into developing this curriculum, because I sometimes struggle understanding. So what I've heard is, so back in May or March, April, we realized that we were going to have to go whole hog into this Common Core curriculum, huh?
Well, actually, a year ago, March, because we had, the implementation was last year.
That was
So
a
this is our
transition
second
year.
year. Uh-huh.
Okay. So when can you talk about how we developed the current, say, K-3 curriculum? I mean, what went
Well,
into that?
I mean, I could tell you in a couple of sentences, which is
Yeah, that's
is
good.
way deeper than
Okay.
that in developing the curriculum. But you have your standards for each grade level, and you look at the standards, and then you have a sequencing of concepts. And in the sequencing of the concepts is what we used, which is aligned to the Eureka program. So the sequencing of the concepts are there, and then the pacing comes into play. And what we did was we looked at the concepts, we looked at the number of days that were projected for the average student to get a better than basic understanding of them. We looked at the number of instructional days that we had in St. Tammany Parish. And it was not just curriculum specialists that made those decisions. We got input from other teachers, and then they got the input as they collaborated with other professionals from around the state. And yes, a lot of that did happen at the teacher-leader collaborations that they attended. And so then you take you have your standards, you take the concepts for those standards, and then you begin to get the resources, and then you write your lessons. And then the lessons roll out for the students to be able to have an understanding of those concepts, which are aligned to the standards, and then you have your assessment. Now that's a very, very brief detail of developing.
So I'm like to get an understanding of the effort, though. Okay, so let's just take K-3 math, for
Okay.
instance. Okay. So we learned a year and a half ago we had to go to Common Core. When did we settle on Eureka Math?
Kindergarten and first grade were done. Actually, kindergarten and first grade, they're in their third year of implementation. When kindergarten and first grade were in their first year of implementation, we were working with the transitional curriculum, and we also wrote the transitional curriculum. The transitional curriculum was when we did the crosswalks for the GLEs for the new standards to look at the alignment, and then we built curriculum. So it was supposed to be a phase-in. And then you're
Okay.
supposed to add second grade, and then from there.
Okay.
That March is when we got the word that it would be from second grades all the way up. I think it's really important to say in the past, the state had a comprehensive curriculum. So districts had a choice. You could use their comprehensive curriculum, or you could write your own. That was when the GLEs came about. St. Tammany at that time chose to write their own guaranteed curriculum. If a district wrote their own curriculum, you still had to go to the state and defend it to make sure that it had everything it needed to be aligned with the standards. What you have today is the state had no curriculum for districts to rely on. So each district was to write their own, or to just let teachers give them the standards, and then teachers would develop the lessons and do their own curriculum.
Okay. So I'm just trying to understand what
I
we've been through here. So in March, I'm hearing we learned we needed to go accelerate with the full implementation. We had a transition year.
That's correct.
And so when did we, okay, so help me understand, you have curriculum specialists, someone in charge of for math, for example, was charged in March with pulling together the curriculum for this fall, essentially? Okay, so that's, I'm just saying, April, May, June, July, August, September, so 6 months, all right, so.
Or a little bit less time than that, really.
Less time, I think, yeah, okay. And so the curriculum was, this is for all grades, right? Or 4 grades they're given, right? So this is pulling together all the training material, et cetera, for those 4 grades. And is there peer review? I mean, do the teachers get involved to comment on this?
Yes, absolutely. We had teachers involved, and more of what you see in the ELA is we had teachers writing that curriculum for ELA.
Yeah.
In math, because of the shift being as big as it was, that's where, through the state, remember, with all of those teacher leader training that they were doing, the curriculum that they used at that training was Eureka Math. So when our teachers were coming back from those trainings, that was really what they wanted us to base the curriculum on. It is not the only thing in our curriculum. It is not, per se, a textbook. What it is you looked at the sequencing, you looked at how they rolled out their concepts, and you looked at some of the pacing suggestions that they had.
Okay. Again, help me understand this. We had one person pull 4 grades together in about 4 or 5 months.
They were actually directors with other teachers that were very, very involved in the writing. For instance, we had 2 or 3 fifth grade teachers who were busy writing the math curriculum at the direction of our curriculum specialist.
Okay. And this was rolled out, so the curriculum gets put together sometime between March of last spring and
Correct.
September, and it's given to the teachers when?
It was given to the teachers. Some of it actually was given to the teachers that June, and then it was through professional development that were provided at the schools, and then we had our professional development days as we opened up the school year. I think I have said over and over again, Mr. Hennigan, that if we had had more time, we would have done more professional development in the summer.
I'm
But
with
I
you.
think
I'm with
the way
you.
we rolled it out, I think we need to give a lot of credit to our curriculum specialists who built toolkits. And then those toolkits were delivered to the principals at the administrators conference, and then principals went back to their schools and provided professional development at their schools through whole faculty studies that continued throughout the year. And I think we will continue, I know we will continue, as we're busy building toolkits right now.
I'm just trying to understand where we are, how
And I'll
much
be the
work was
first
put
to-
into this, how much it was reviewed.
Correct.
And how long it would take to change it. That's kind of where I'm going, okay?
Correct.
All right. So
Well, I
we put
think
in
I
a
said
new
that
curriculum
in each
in
one,
5.
if you want to know, if in review, the first one in hitting the delete button would be the very easiest one and quickest one to do. In number 2, doing the crosswalks with the current textbook, which, as I explained to Ms. Belisario earlier, there is going to be some concerns with having those textbooks, for the teachers to refer to and to put that in our curriculum. As I said, we've already begun that right now. We were working last Friday on doing that. I will say that the completion date for that, the expected completion date for that, would be the middle of January. We will continue to do that anyway, because in option 3, we would place that in option 3. As well as, a lot of what we said in option 3 is continuous. We're always getting input from our teachers. We're always taking well-designed lessons and including them in the curriculum so that many teachers can use them. Eliminating the black line masters in number 3 will be done very, very quickly. In fact, we had already stopped sending the Blackline Masters out to the schools that the district had put together. That aligns with Eureka.
Okay. Just a ballpark estimate on the staff time that went into developing, let's just say K0 to 4 math staff time.
As far as doing which option? You're talking about option?
How we got to where we are, help me
Oh,
understand this. Is it 2 people working 5 months with some teacher
I will
partial
tell
involvement?
you, we are curriculum specialists and some of our teachers, we had them writing through the night. We had Saturday and Sunday writing. I know my staff, we each took units. We read the units.
I'm sure everyone worked hard. I'm not arguing. I'm just trying to understand.
No.
This is
I have no way to give you the exact time
20 people work on this?
as far as each grade level.
I'm worried about the early math. That seems, I'm just trying to understand that one. That's been the focus here. I'm just trying to understand how much effort has gone into that, just so I can understand what it takes to develop these curriculum. This was 20 people working 6 months or 4 people working 6 months?
I would say generally, and let's just look at a grade level.
Yeah.
I would say generally in a grade level, we could have as many as 4 to 6 to 8 teachers. And then sometimes what would happen is some of those teachers would decide this is hard work. And so then we would have to identify others that would be able to help us with it. So I would say overall for a particular grade level, you might start off with a great team of 6 teachers, and then you would have the curriculum specialists who would be more or less the technical person in making sure that the transition and the sequencing, and then they would actually probably use a rubric to make sure that everything is covered in those lessons. Then from there, we have our clerical people who do a lot of the linking, and then we do the reading before it's put up in Blackboard. Does that help?
Yeah, it's getting there. Good.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'll let me pass for a while.
Mr. Darman?
Thank you, Ms. Heinz. 12 years ago when I got on the school board, I said when I start dealing with the curriculum, I said we're going to be really in trouble. And I guess I either got a lot smarter or we got a little bit of something to work on here. Ms. Araby, when we're talking about option 3, when we're looking at textbooks adoption, but yet if we're going to phase out Eureka, because I think I heard you say that in option 3, and then there's going to be a blending or whatever that takes place, then I guess when we're looking at the overall status of maybe the uncertainty of Common Core in the state of Louisiana anyhow, and that was one of the reasons why we didn't buy textbooks to begin with, was because when school started in August, we didn't know what we were going to be teaching, which adds to this confusion again. I mean, so it just compounds the work on, you know, our administrative staff to get all this out, not knowing all of these uncertainties. So here again, talking about the textbooks, what would we be considering to adopt if we don't know what it is we're going to be doing? And I'm just asking.
Well, I think we've heard from many of our stakeholders in our community that we need a textbook. And so with that, at this point, we will be looking at a textbook that is aligned with the Common Core standards. What we also know is typically it's about 18 months to 2 years once standards have changed. We ran into the same thing when the GLEs were first adopted. So we do know that there are going to be additional choices with that. Right now, we're in the process talking to publishers. As I mentioned earlier, Scott Sporsman has now been bought out by Pearson, and so that is certainly one of the textbook distributors that will probably have something for us to look at. Envision is actually written by Pearson. So that's the process we're going through right now in having the vendors. Used to be a very different process. Before the state would set up the big textbook caravan, we would go there, review the textbooks, and have the rubric, and then we were able to take a few of those selections there and then bring them back, for our teachers. But
Okay.
right now, we're actually the ones responsible to call and get the different textbooks that are available and bring them all in.
So there again, with everything kind of in the balance here, we don't really know what direction we would be leaning to as far as the textbooks, or because we don't know what actual product we're going to be using at that time.
Correct. At this point in time, we would be looking for a textbook aligned with the Common Core standards.
And
Once the textbook is selected, which is typically at the end of February, they're ordered in spring. We usually can get, sometimes we can get those teacher manuals in, because where the work again begins is with the professional development.
And we do believe there's going to be some additional companies offering textbooks that didn't offer it at the time it was looked at before. Part of the reason was to survey the other school systems and some of the choices they were making with their textbooks as well. And, I'm one of the main ones that was pushing for the textbooks, because I heard more than anything else from parents was, we need a textbook. And I'm not sure everyone agrees with that on the curriculum staff, but I do think it's important that we need a textbook. And that's what I heard more and more as we move forward. I'm of the opinion that Eureka Math is not the right book for us in this school system. Probably if we went with Ms. Tipton's suggestion and met with principals and administrators, as you've heard tonight, there were many of them that would push for the continuation of Eureka Math. To me, the perception is reality, and the perception from many of the parents I've heard from that there's something we can do better than Eureka Math, and that was my suggestion with that.
And Mr. Foles, if I may, I agree with all of that aspect of it, and possibly it sounded like option 3 may even include a blend of some of this. And I mean, hey, anything that's hard is difficult, and everybody resists change. And if it's confusing, I understand the confusion, because if it's a progressive type of instruction, it's like trying to put a roof on a house when we didn't raise the walls yet. So there's no way in the world we're going to do that. So, I mean, I can understand they're having gaps in the instructional part of this, so it creates confusion. But with that being said, I mean, we still, basically, we have to be on the outside the box and push forward, because we don't want to be left behind with our educational abilities with our students. At the same time, we don't want to create chaos and confusion because of some of these gaps that are occurring, and I understand that as well. But it's also because this train has left the station already, and it's going down the track. And you can't get off the train until it pulls into the station again, because if you do, we're going to have total chaos. And so we need to be very cautious as to what and how we proceed from this point. And just like Ms. Tipton said, we need to evaluate every possible scenario to understand the ramifications that could happen by just hitting delete. I understand the parents' concerns, but there's also the domino effect that is going to happen. And all of these things, when you listen to the teachers and their comments, they see advancement taking place in the classroom. Well, and that is what we strive to do. And it creates difficulty, I understand that. But we're here to try and satisfy everybody. To do that is probably an impossibility. And there's no doubt about that, because, if you've been around the world enough, you're not going to make everybody happy. Jesus Christ couldn't do it. So here we're trying to work on Common Core and Eureka Math and everything else. But I think we just need to take it slow and understand every opportunity and every option that we have and work our way through the process.
If I could add one thing too, I think it's important on option 2 and 3, both, these are transitional options. It's not like one day we're doing this and we're going to wait till January 15th to go into the new one, or if you go option 3, we're going to wait till the first day of school next year. We're transitioning into what we're trying to accomplish. I hate to use the word tweaking, but as we go forward on any of these. And that is not uncommon in any school year, in any curriculum, or anything that we do. There's growing pains along the way. There's transitioning along the way. It's just more pronounced right now with what we're dealing with here. But certainly, we change and learn every day, and we're transitioning to what we hear and learn. The Black Line Masters are a prime example of that. You know, they're out. They're gone. So, you know, that's what we're trying to do as we move forward in the transition period, no matter what it might be.
One other thing I just wanted to say, that with the crosswalks with the Scott Sportsman, we're still going to do those, and even if we were to go, or if you were to choose to go with option 3, those were going to be located in that option as well, so that teachers could see if the textbooks were available, that they would be able to use those as well.
Yeah, and I, you know, there again, like Mr. Foles alluded to, talking about whether, you know, I hear the parents talk about the textbooks, but because of the fact that we're kind of blending and moving, I don't know if that money wouldn't be better spent, you know, with the professional development, enhancing it more and using our funds in that method as opposed to the textbooks. But there again, I'm not the educational professional here. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to use our money.
And look, I'm certainly open to that as well. I mean, one of the ladies mentioned that don't spend your money on a textbook right now. That was, so I'm open to that as well. We certainly am open to any suggestions that we may have. I will say that I have the utmost confidence in the curriculum staff that works in this school system, the central office, and they're teaching me every day, and I bring to them options and suggestions, and that's where we are on this. But I think our track record is excellent, and I'm probably saying something I shouldn't say, but I think when you see it towards the end of October, when this latest rounds of test scores come out, you will see that we have teachers, administrators, central office curriculum staff, that their work is paying off and the results are being seen in the classrooms, and that will be quite evident at the end of October.
I think that's very true. This school system is not a stagnant school system, and it has a history of working towards the best that we can be for our students. We do try to please our community. It is impossible to please everyone all the time, and but we don't discount what you have to say. We have listened, and I have confidence that Mr. Foles will continue to be a good leader. Miss Araby will direct her staff to do the right thing and work out the kinks in this, and I feel confident that will happen. All right, that being said, we have several other people who would still like to speak. Ms. Seeley, you're next.
Thank you, Ms. Hines. I have a question, Ms. Araby. What bothers me is we were given 3 options tonight, and the number 1 option would be the one that I would definitely still go with. But, however, the problem that I see with that is that the delete button is pushed and no options for helps for the teachers that may need help with the removal of the Eureka Math. The biggest complaint that I get with the Common Core curriculum is the Eureka Math. And I must clarify something. Most of the board members up here, when we hear from people, it does not necessarily mean that it is from our own district. We hear from people across the parish. I have concerns for our children. There are teachers out there. I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. I have been asking for those that were for the Common Core curriculum and the standards to please come forth and explain your reasons why. And this was done tonight. But there is still a majority out there that I have heard from, including one teacher, that approached me and thanked me for not skirting around the issue. And again, I feel that with option number 1, if we wanted to remove the Eureka Math, which is what I'm hearing from a vast majority, is that there's not much of an option with option 1 other than the delete button. And that concerns me. That concerns me because our teachers, even though they're brilliant and they can come up with their own curriculum, their own way of teaching, and I know you can because if we measured the intelligence in this room, it would be a 10 on a Richter scale. I have all the faith and trust in our teachers. But again, I guess I need clarification. Would there be any helps for the teachers if we did go with option 1? And then I have something else to say in just a minute.
I'm not really sure I understand your question. Option 1 would leave the standards there for the teachers to be able to read, and then it would be up to the teachers to develop lessons and to teach the students with activities. So they would be the ones to find the resources. I still really believe, even if you deleted the guaranteed curriculum, you are still going to have some teachers who are going to use Eureka Math if that's what they're familiar with and that's what's working in their classrooms. But as far as providing support, I think what you will see at the school level, because it's going to be very important to administrators to have an idea as far as what's going on in the classrooms. Right now, through our guaranteed curriculum, an administrator has an idea of what they should see or hear when they walk into a classroom. Without the guaranteed curriculum, that is not going to be an easy task for them to be able to do on their campus.
And again, I trust what you're saying, but I'm still a little concerned because we have students that are having to go on depression medications. The teachers are getting it. They would get it. But however, there is still a number of students out there that are having tremendous problems with the math and understanding it. And what has been mentioned to me, there is a concern about grade point averages dropping, even in high school, where it's so important. And then there are concerns about children just not getting it. And the parents don't know how to teach these children. And I know you've heard that too. But that is my main concern. And I don't know, other than when I'm hearing this from a vast majority of people, and I know Mary Kay has too, we have no choice but to ask for a eureka-ectomy of the math curriculum. And looking at maybe another plan of going back to our former curriculum, which was really good. We were doing really well. We were staying in the top.
But I think you
of
have
the
to remember,
state.
Ms. Seeley, the former curriculum was not aligned to the Common Core state standards.
Okay.
So, I mean, I think if you look what the requirements are of this school system are to provide a curriculum. I'm not saying Eureka Math, that could be your opinion to remove that, but we have a responsibility to provide a curriculum that meets the standards. Going back to the old curriculum had different standards. That just simply won't work. I'm looking at the motion that Mr. Derman presented and was approved by the board to give the administration the opportunity to review the math curriculum and determine what elements of the Eureka Math component can either be discarded or modified or whatever with either some other curriculum, or go back or revert to our original math and report to us at the October meeting. That's what Mrs. Araby's 3 options did. Option 1, whether you like it or not, is certainly up to your discretion, but what we tried to do was meet the directive of the board to give 3 options and the pros and cons of each one. I'm not going to sit up here and say option 1 would not create chaos, because then I would be doing a disservice to the people that have a track record in this school system of providing good advice to board members. That's what we were charged to do tonight, and that's what we tried to do.
Now, I will say this, Mr. Foles, I didn't get to finish. With that, there was a concern regarding time, okay? Again, on the other end of the spectrum, there's a concern for time when it comes to the students that are having dropping grade point averages or failing grades. And this is where we have a problem. We do.
And I think one of the things Miss Araby mentioned was the pacing and the work on the pacing and the use of our own pacing versus Eureka Math pacing, something certainly we understand and something that we're going to plan on as early as Tuesday and Friday of next week to addressing the pacing standards to get us through this year. Two of the three options do away with Eureka Math for next year. I mean, maybe we need to revisit that, and as Ms. Tipton said, we need to hear from others, but people in the audience would say there's an option for that you shouldn't even get rid of Eureka Math. So, I mean, that's a thought as well. But I think, and I stick by what I say of the perception of reality of Eureka Math, I think we can find something that might be more acceptable through our process. And I just also want to talk about the process because I think people mentioned we want to make sure parents are on the textbook selection. That process has been used for many, many years, and it certainly has much parental involvement. I got an email today from a parent that I'm certainly going to request that she be on the committee as well. So I think there'll be opportunity for parents to be on any selection committee that has been successful in the past. And if we're going to do something like this, it definitely has to have total buy-in for it to be successful, which is part of the problem that we're having from the beginning because the state has given us something that we did not have total buy-in, to be honest with you, and we've had to make it work as best as we can in St. Tammany Parish, and that's what we're trying to do. Can we throw up our hands and say, forget it, we're just not going to do it? No, we're going to take it and make it St. Tammany as much as possible, continue on a track record of success with the educators that we have in the curriculum to guide us along the way.
Thank you for your input.
Mr. Lamarck.
Thank you, Ms. Hines. My opinion about textbook is it pretty much like Linus's blanket. So you don't necessarily need them. I didn't have a textbook for, I don't know, 15 years that I taught school. And we're comparing students in New York who fail the Eureka thing magically, but we're not comparing them to you guys. You're not talking about St. Tammany Parish teachers that allowed their students to fail. You guys are not going to do that. I've been involved in the school system longer than anyone else in this room, like 65 years. Yeah, I was a student. All of my kids were students. My wives were students. Everybody graduated from the St. Tammany Parish School. And we're all doing well. My oldest daughters got a PhD in something or another. My youngest daughter's got a master's degree. They all do well. Not because of Eureka Math or any other kind of math. It's because of the guys in the classrooms like y'all. I was there. I know what is happening. So, Ms. Albee, I know that you're going to get the rollout on all of the whatever you call that stuff you had to help me with it the other night. What is it? Professional development, that's it. Yeah. I know you're going to do that, and I know all of our teachers are going to benefit from it. Now, to get to the three options. Option one, I think, is ridiculous because it throws everything into turmoil, and you got to start over again. Option 2 and 3 are very similar. And if you go along with Ms. Tipton's letter, I don't know what, that was a suggestion, to examine all of these things, then by the end of this school year, if we continue on, just like we're going to do, roll out this professional development, get everybody on the page, get through this school year, and during that time, you're going to be looking at all of this stuff. So that would be my suggestion. And towards that end, I'll make a motion that we accept option number 3 in regards to whatever it is this is, a curriculum.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Lamarck to accept option number 3, which is the recommendation from administration. Do we have a second on that motion? We have a
Ms.
second
Hines,
from
I had asked to ask a question,
Ms.
please,
Belisario. I'm going to let you ask a question.
before
Ms.
we vote. Thank you.
Of course, we always make comments. So we have a second by Mr. Jeter for option 3. Comments from the board. Mr. Womack, did you have a comment? Ms. Belisario.
Thank you. There's still a lot of information I don't have, which is why I didn't want this to go to a vote immediately. Going back to textbooks, the parents have said repeatedly that they would like to have textbooks. That's as important to them as professional development is to the teachers. So I have 2 short questions. If we were to use the textbooks we already have, do we have enough of them? Just a minute.
At this time, I would have to say no.
Okay. If we were to try to order new textbooks, you started to say that February was the selection time, and then spring was when you ordered. When would they come in?
Through the adoption, if we go through the adoption process, typically we order in the spring, and then they come in the May time frame and then are delivered to the schools.
So you're saying either way, we cannot provide right now textbooks to the parents because we don't have enough of the old ones and we don't have enough time to order new ones. Is that correct?
Correct. Well, absolutely, because you'd have to go through the process to decide on what the textbook would be, because the one we have right now isn't available to order. It's totally not
So
available.
I'm asking, how do we address this concern of the parents?
With the textbook concern, to get them as soon as we can, which would be next fall. And we can certainly use what we have, but I don't know if that's an option. And then I've heard from parents tonight that are telling me not to buy textbooks. I've heard from a lot like you that want them. So, I'm going to make, I don't know if I can do this or not, but I would hope that whatever option you choose, that we would somehow incorporate Ms. Tipton's suggestion into there. I would welcome the opportunity for the board members to hear from administrators and curriculum specialists and others as we move forward with ever selection. And this is because it's always a transgression and we're always moving forward. And next fall we have a new plan in place, whatever it might be. I think it would be great for you to hear, and I think you're going to hear a lot of what you heard tonight. But I would like for you to have that opportunity as we move forward on it. I think it would be good for you.
Okay. I wasn't finished. Thank you.
I also think, Ms. Belisario, in answer to your textbook, the consumables, I did say that we did find, we haven't gotten it to review it yet, but it is available, and we believe that if we look at it, and it does have some of those standards that are listed, that it might be a good possibility for those schools that believe that it would work for them.
I still stand by, I think we made a good decision not to buy books right now. The only Tier 1 book was the one, I just don't think that was the right decision at this time, especially with the uncertainty in Baton Rouge, is what we knew a year ago.
If we were to use the old ones that we have, is there a possibility we could borrow those that we need from other parishes who aren't using them? So that we would have enough so that we could get them into circulation?
We are in the process.
We're contacting people now to
Yes.
ask about that.
We've been working on that
And we
already,
also
so-
called the company and tried to.
That's correct.
And my other suggestion, I really liked Ms. Tipton's idea, and I was wondering, since you didn't make that in the form of a motion, would that be a substitute motion to have a task force rather than make a decision tonight?
Ms. Belisario, in response to that, there's no reason why we couldn't include this in small group discussion and do a study ourselves. We can direct Mr. Volz to add that to our agenda for small group meetings and then take it wherever we need it as far as meeting with curriculum specialists. As I said, we're not stagnant. It's ongoing. That's, but I believe it should be, we should offer direction to the staff and then they should
I will say, I
respond.
think we need a decision tonight. For the last month or so, this subject has just sucked the air out of pretty much everything we're doing in this school system. and there are many things that need our attention that because of this we have not been able. So I'm hoping we get some directive from this board tonight how we proceed. And I am hoping and encouraged that we would implement Ms. Tipton's suggestions as well as opportunities to do that with the board members.
All right, Ms. Tipton?
Thank you, Ms. Hines. Thank you, Ms. Hines. I would hope that if we were to do what I was suggesting, that we would be able to meet at the schools with the teachers and the principals so that we could have a real dialogue back and forth where they would feel comfortable, we would feel comfortable, and we could have a good understanding. And to me, that's very important. I don't want to do it just where, I don't know. I think it needs to be done in the right setting, if you will. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. Let's see. Mr. Lamarck, you had a comment?
I was just wondering if Rowan would want to add that to the motion that I made so that can something that can happen during the year.
That'd be great.
Yes, thank you. That was my intention. I would like to add that to the motion, please. Thank you.
All right. So, let's see. Do we have to vote on the amendment? An amendment to the, or can it be a friendly amendment?
You can modify the motion from unanimous amendment. Or you can do an amendment and vote on the amendment.
Can we just make it a friendly amendment to Mr. Lamarck's? All right. Do I have? All right. What, Ms. Seeley? Do you have a question on that?
My question is, are we adding this to the option that was suggested in the original motion?
The original motion was that we accept option 3, the recommendation from administration, and the friendly amendment would be that we would ask the administration to conduct a study of with input from our educational community to help me out here.
Right.
I see us facilitating and letting y'all go to the schools and
Okay.
have your own procedures in place to.
But however, what I see with this is the fact I wasn't finished, is that we could have 2 separate motions here because where some of us may not be for option 3, where we'd be for what Ms. Tipton has suggested.
Well, Ms. Seeley, we have a motion on the floor, and what you would need to do is vote yea or nay.
Well, I plan to. Thank you.
Did you have any comments, Ms. Tipton?
Yes, I'm sorry. I just wanted to clarify that
The wording.
the wording properly because I want to make sure that everyone feels comfortable so we can talk and everyone can get their opinion in without feeling that there's any retribution or whatever. Thank you.
Mr. Derman?
Hey, we're gonna stay here all night, but anyhow, you can, Ms. Seeley, to answer your question, you can vote yes or no for the amendment, and then vote yes or no for Mr. Lamarck's motion. So you got your privilege to vote either way.
What I understood, though, what I asked was this added to the option 3 amendment?
Yes, it is added to that.
But again, that ties our hands, so it's, you know.
Well, could I make a suggestion then? Let's take my amendment separately. And
Wait,
then
I'm sorry.
Rowan can make another amendment, another motion which would cover that amendment.
All right, so Ms. Tipton, are you withdrawing your friendly amendment so that we vote on that and then make a second motion?
Yes, thank you.
All right, so we'll go back to the motion on the floor, which is to accept option 3. Ms. Belisario.
I'm sorry, I have never yet heard a timeline put on any of this. Are we going to have Ms. Tipton's research groups meeting for months or weeks?
Ms.
or
Belisario,
what? Is there a timeline?
right now we're only speaking to the motion,
I
which
am.
is to accept option 3.
I am. Is there a timeline on option 3?
It's ongoing. It was presented in the PowerPoint presentation by Ms. Araby. It says Option 3, timeline ongoing. Does that answer your question?
Not really, but that's all right.
Mr. Betancourt?
Thank you, Madam President. Did I hear someone say, and this is pertaining to the motion, that we were transitioning away from Eureka Math? Did I hear that, or did I?
Yes.
That's what option 3 does.
Because I don't read that in option 3. What I read is option 3, it says Eureka Math integrated. But I thought I heard someone specifically say we would be transitioning out of Eureka Math.
Go ahead.
Ms. Araby, would you like to address that, please?
Okay. It is integrated into the lessons, and as we move along, we will be incorporating more of our, for lack of a better way of saying it, homemade lessons that our teachers have where they've had good experiences and they've been accepted. That will come through with our district professional development. But also, Blackline Masters will be removed immediately. That's a part of the Eureka. So that's transitioning away from the Eureka. And then I think the most importantly thing is going through the textbook process, because at the end of February, we will know what our new district textbook is going to be in the way of math, with those books being ordered in March and then Eureka being removed from our curriculum by the end of the
Ms.
school year.
Araby, wouldn't the new textbook provide the pacing and sequencing as well?
That's correct.
And thank you for that explanation. And then, did I also hear that teachers do not have to use Eureka Math right now, even though that's the part of the curriculum that they can, whether we took this vote or not, right now as we speak, they don't have to use Eureka Math. They can use some of these other things that are available.
Absolutely, and I will guarantee you that in some of our algebra and geometry classes, they are not using the Eureka Math. They are aligning their lessons to the standards.
Okay. I haven't heard that from some of the teachers that are against. So if there's some kind of way to let teachers
Well, that's
know
what we
that
just
they
talked
don't have
about.
to
We
use
have a
Eureka
principals
Math.
meeting Tuesday. We have an in-service Friday.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Mr. Womack?
Basically, Ronnie just asked my question.
Who?
He just asked my question, you know, so I guess I'd be asking you to answer it twice. But you are saying that if a teacher elects to not use Eureka Math and use conventional math, that under option 3, they can still do that.
The one thing that the teacher has to do is the lessons that they are teaching has to be aligned to the Common Core standards. The teacher has the option and the discretion in their classroom to provide lessons that are aligned with the standards. If they choose to use Eureka, it is provided for them. If they choose not to use Eureka and they have a way to get the kids to the understanding of the concepts, then they can do it that way as well. Our guaranteed curriculum has always been make it your own, teacher's discretion.
So
I'm sorry.
So if they elect to use conventional math, there's no retribution, there's no problem with the administration?
If they were to use the old textbook, the Scott-Sporsman, I keep on coming back to that.
Yes.
All of the standards are not located in the Scott-Sporsman textbook. They will be able to use it for some of their lessons, but they will have to have other resources in order to do so.
I guess I understand. All this is confusing. It really is. Thank you, Ms. Hines.
Mr. Hennigan?
Yes, I guess clarification on 2 points. So if we go with option 3, is there any intent by the administration to substitute the Common Core problem sets that are handed out with anything else? I know you're talking about the Black Line Masters, but all the
Black
sample
Line
problems.
Masters are Eureka.
Right.
That's with Eureka,
Right,
not
but
they're
the
aligned to
home-
the Common Core standards. So
Okay, I
those
gotcha.
are not negotiable.
The question is, are you going to provide any teaching materials like worksheets to the teachers that are anything different than we're doing today?
As far as worksheets, anything that we're able to identify in the way of traditional math, and we've always been open, as I showed in my resources, we have our Math Excel program, which teachers are able to use. We have our gizmos.
Right.
I mean, all
But
of
the
those
worksheets are still going
resources.
to be aligned towards the standards.
Correct.
Yeah, but, okay. What I heard you say a minute ago was, if the teacher can find other material, she can teach it, but she has to meet the standards.
That's
Correct.
correct.
Okay,
And that's what we're doing now.
That's what we're doing now.
okay. What are you going to provide in terms of worksheets as kind of the standard fare? You're going to keep putting out the existing worksheets that we've been using for this past year? That's the intent?
Not
I haven't
the
heard
Black
you.
Line, not the Black Line Masters. We've been providing those in more or less of a workbook that goes along with the lessons.
Okay. For some reason, I didn't equate Black Line Masters with worksheets that the kids would do.
That's what the Black
That
Line
is.
Masters are.
They're the homework assignments?
Mr. Hennig,
I
I
bet
get
those were
corrected all
teachers.
the time by Miss Araby when I use the word worksheets. It's the Black Line Masters are the worksheets. I have learned that.
Okay, well, that's good. How about the teacher assessment? That's the other piece here. So we have Compass, right? And can you explain how with this direction we're going, how you would do teacher assessment? Can you envision? We haven't really
I
talked
think
about that.
the state law Pete, you can correct me, but the state law mandates how we do teacher Compass training is state required.
It is a state law. There's observations and there's also the SLTs or the VAM model that may be coming back in the next year or so. So all that's together in the evaluation.
I mean, that's
a
certainly something that would have
state-mandated
to be looked
process.
at in Baton Rouge,
Okay.
and I hope it
so
would.
But does St. Tammany have total discretion on that assessment process?
No.
No. No. We have the observation that the principal makes.
Okay, so the assessments could be exactly aligned with Eureka Math, for example. So why would any
assessments
teacher
are-
in their
No,
right
they're not
mind
aligned with-
teach anything else? I'm
assessments are
trying to
tied-
understand what changes.
I don't know what he said. I don't know.
If you
Am
want
I
to make
missing
option for
something?
number 4 and keep it like it is, I'm not going to.
No, I don't understand what changes here.
What
What
change?
we've said is, okay, teachers, you can teach whatever you want to teach, but
I
we're
think
going to
the
grade you
biggest thing
this
that
way.
changes is the standards are to stay the same. In option 3, the Eureka Math goes away, the Black Line Masters go away. The teachers are allowed to use, as they are now, the different supplemental materials. We continue to provide professional development. As some of you have heard you say, that teachers do not have understanding that they have that freedom. I've said, I think this is the 3rd time tonight, that we're going to be very clear that indeed they do have those, and we will clarify that. We're lucky that we have these meetings so soon coming up that we can do that. And, Kendra said it earlier, I don't even know if she's still here. Yeah, she is. This is opportunity for us to use master teachers like Ms. Peretti and others to share their successes. We have time for that. We have place to do that. We're looking at different ways to get that done as much as possible, where even if it includes some opportunities over holidays where we pay stipends, we're willing to do that. At the end of the day, and I've said this for the 5 years that I've been superintendent, at the end of the day, it's all about when you shut the door and the teacher in the classroom. Everything else stops when you shut the door and the teacher in the classroom. And that's where we need to make sure whatever disconnect that we have, we certainly we'll work on that and move towards that, and we have the opportunity to do that. Option 3, basically, in my opinion, gets rid of the Eureka Math moving forward with a new textbook. Some people are not against or for that, and allows us to look at a different organization, a different book to do pacing and sequencing other than Eureka Math. Right now, our pacing and sequencing comes from Eureka Math, correct? We hear some complaints about that. If we were to choose a new textbook, then the pacing and sequencing would come from the new textbook, correct?
Mr. Womack.
Just in my ignorance, one more time, under option 3, you turn your mic. Under option 3, it's imminent that Eureka Math will phase out. Is that what I'm hearing here? It's imminent.
We would have a new, yeah, go ahead.
Correct.
Okay.
It will phase out. It's not going to phase out next week, and it's not going to be phased out in January. It will be a constant phasing out.
With the
black
conclusion
line-
being the choice of a new
textbook, then that will be totally.
which would provide pacing and sequencing
That's
other than
correct.
what we're receiving
Of the
now.
new
Just to be clear, the pacing and sequencing will continue with Eureka Math until a new book was chosen.
correct.
I mean, I don't want to mislead anybody to think, the Black Line Masters are going away quick now, but the pacing and sequencing would continue because we started with it, and we have to continue to finish the year, but once a new book was chosen, then the pacing and
Or the next
sequencing would
school
match
year
up
would
with the
look
book that was provided.
That's
Well, the single biggest thing that the parents complain about, we have a problem with Eureka Math, so I don't see how we can lose in with option 3. It may take a little longer, but eventually what they have a problem with will be no more than.
And taking a little longer allows us also to work with Ms. Tipton's recommendation to let some of you hear what we've been hearing all the time from administrators, teacher leaders, by yourselves. I mean, the way I see this being perceived is the visits are set up with the school board members and the principals and the teacher leaders and the teachers at the school.
Well, that answered the question. There's nothing vague about that.
All right. Ms. Seeley, board members.
Thank you.
Before you speak, Ms. Seeley, I do remind you, we have 2 other meetings to conduct tonight. Now, Ms. Seeley.
Well, this is crucial that I ask this question because I still need clarification on a timeline. Again, please, I'm sorry.
The timeline would be at the start of next school year to select a new textbook. The new textbook would provide the new sequencing and pacing. Until that time, as we progress through the rest of this year, we will continue to remove the Black Line Masters, do more of the pacing by ourselves and our school system with our educators, and pull away as much as we can with the Eureka Math, with the idea being when the new textbook comes in place, that textbook would provide the pacing and sequencing. It won't happen overnight. It's going to take a process. We're not going to do something that's going to hurt our kids and where we are already. So that would be the idea behind that.
And I did hear at the end of this year, it would be out.
At the end of this year, we would have through the textbook selection process. Yes,
Okay,
school
thank you.
year, right, not calendar year. You almost had the big one there, didn't you?
All right, now we have comments from the public. Wait, before you come up, you may come up. You are to speak only to the motion, which is to accept option 3.
Retired teacher. I've heard mixed messages, misunderstandings, and misrepresentations tonight. I'll address the misrepresentations privately. The mixed message has been evidently the mandate for teachers to use the Eureka Math curriculum. I think that's been clarified to everybody's satisfaction. It's not a mandate. It can be used as a resource at the teacher discretion. Correct me if I'm wrong. If the Eureka Math is a resource as a methodology and a specific process to work math problems, teachers need to be assured that the district assessment, which my understanding from teachers is that our district writes our teacher evaluation assessments, a series of 3. They create from the first one the student learning targets, and they have to reach those by the third one. I would like assurance that those assessments are not going to contain the Eureka process. That would not be fair. Misunderstandings as to curriculum. Teachers provide depth based on the strengths of their students, not the curriculum. Teachers determine rigor that addresses the strengths of their students, not curriculum. Most teachers use a curriculum and a textbook as a reference, not as a script. Eureka as a curriculum is too prescriptive and restrictive. It needs to be relegated to a resource, which I believe this option that you've selected does. Ultimately, it's the teacher in the classroom who guides the success or failure of their students. They're also the ones who are held accountable for the results. It's only fair that they be in control of their own fate to whatever extent that is possible, as long as it is aligned to the Common Core curriculum for now. I'm disappointed that we have teachers now in St. Tammany who would have all teachers restricted to a curriculum like Eureka Math. That was never the case when I was teaching. In fact, teachers didn't want a restrictive curriculum for themselves. As for textbooks, state law requires that students have access to a textbook or whatever book is being tested from. Until Common Core goes away and John White goes to bad superintendent hell, our teachers will need textbooks. Then you can sue the Department of Ed for fraud, conflict of interest, and misrepresentation to recoup the expenses. I support this motion only because it does indicate there is some recognition that Eureka Math as a full-on curriculum needs to go. Thank you.
I'm Eric Sachs. I'm a principal at Whispering Forest Elementary School. I am a parent of a student who is presently taking Algebra 2 and Pre-Calculus in the same semester, which means he gets out of every little job that my wife and I have for him to do his work. But to go with this motion, number one, I'm going to clarify again, I have no teachers who have any unwillingness to come to me and ask me for my opinion or vice versa. They know for a fact that they have the freedom. Let me tell you about professional development people. We meet every day. Every day those teachers meet together on their own without getting additional pay to talk about the curriculum. Eureka Math is not the curriculum. It has never been the curriculum, but what it has done, if you look at Scott Forsman and you put Eureka Math side by side, Eureka Math is heavily covering the standards. We are teaching the standards. What Ms. Araby has presented is that this is the Tier 1 resource that we have in the state right now, but they're evolving the curriculum to align with Common Core. And there's going to be better material out there. And none of us in this room, not a one of us in this room, believes that we're going to drop the ball or throw the baby out with the bathwater like I heard earlier. We're not going to do that. We're going to get the best for our children. And that is not necessarily Eureka Math, but it is curriculum that is aligned with Common Core. Thank you.
I just want to say that I support the motion in the sense that it does provide an route, a way out from this. I would like for someone on the board to ask, though, whether the textbooks that might be considered will employ this discovery type learning, such a heavy focus on the discovery type learning, because after all, that seems to be a large representation of what is in the Engage New York Eureka Math curriculum. So I just would like to know that that's not the case, because there is sufficient evidence, regardless of the optimism of the teachers here, that has failed. I mean, you have mathematicians on record that have looked at Turk investigations, everyday mathematics, all of these discovery learning type math that significantly impair, especially in the younger grades, the way that these kids progress to later years, and what the deficiencies are in that sense. So I just would ask that somebody really look at that. The sad thing that I see here is that at the end of the day, we really do have less freedom. This is, I mean, you all know how much time I have spent on this initiative, and I appreciate that the teachers just look at the standards aspect. But this is a loss of control. It is a loss of freedom. The curriculum represents it in whatever manner you want to say it. The standards represent it. The entire initiative, the data collection, all of it represents our loss of freedom. The more you define a freedom, the less freedom you have. And all I was ever asking, I wasn't trying to disrespect the teachers that like Common Core and or like Eureka Math. What I'm saying is, I believe in their professional discretion. As an attorney, I went to school, I got a license, I took a test that says that I have the professional discretion to practice law. That's all I'm asking for the teachers. I'm saying they went through the process. Allow them to exercise their professional discretion, but not false choice. Not saying you have the freedom to do what you like, but we kind of know, we've kind of defined where you're going to go with that. And how do we define it, or how do we force compliance? It is through this accountability and evaluation system and things in the high stakes.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm asking for. I appreciate that y'all have arrived at a solution that's decent.
The accountability
Thank you.
is certainly an issue that I hope we will address in Baton Rouge again in the spring.
Oh, I'm there.
All right. Yeah.
Hi, Donna Abear again. I would also hope that the curriculum department, Ms. Araby, will actually take you up, Mr. Ron, on your offer to review what you found in your last week of reviewing the information that you have on hand in regards to those textbooks as well. If I could be funny.
Please.
Really, I mean.
As long as it's quick.
Like Stephanie said, I mean, somebody said to her in a text that Engage New York is getting rid of their textbooks, so you could probably get them really cheap on eBay. Yeah. I just had to say that to be funny. But, so I do wish that you all would look at what Mr. Ron says, and I thank you, Ms. Tipton, for allowing that to happen at the schools and having, principals and teachers getting together. I do hope some of the teachers will speak out. I feel maybe it should be with board members and maybe not a full room of administrators.
That'd be
because I
fine.
think
We've
they're
already
gonna-
talked about that.
They're going to be
There's
scared.
no problem with that, as you saw from these teachers tonight.
Right.
They'll speak their mind.
And actually, I'm glad that the teachers that are back here that support Eureka Math are here, because I know last week I made a comment, I shouted out, well, where are they? Stand up and talk. So thank
They're
you for
here.
talking. I appreciate it. But one thing I'm confused on that I just want to get clarification on, because I don't know what this black master list and all this stuff is. And to me, these are like the worksheets, okay? Okay. Okay. So they're gone? Okay, but this is what my daughter's still coming home from school.
Well, if this works out tonight, we have
Transitioning
to
out of-
transition them out of them is what we're going to do.
Because this one's from Engage New York.
Oh, I know.
This one's from Eureka Math, and this is from St. Tammany, and they're all the same. It's the same exact wording, which I know y'all know.
Right.
So if we have a shortage of textbooks, and the textbooks we currently have some of the standards in there, then why can't we take one of those textbooks, open it up, slice the thing off, and the people that you're paying to copy this, pay them to copy that textbook and put that in the classrooms for the rest of
That's
the year.
called copyright violation. It's against the law.
It was just a thought.
All right.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rachel Lane. I'm a kindergarten teacher at Bonnie Cole, and thank you.
And I'm Danielle Fontenot, first grade teacher at Bonnie Cole as well.
I want to say that we're very confident with the standards that are in place, and we support the guaranteed curriculum, and we do not use it as a script. We use it as a framework. We have many professional development opportunities in our whole faculty study groups monthly. We meet with our grade levels weekly, and we support this motion because we are doing what's best for the kids, and we are following Common Core standards that are aligned by the state.
And this motion would allow us to continue doing that, and we invite any of you to come into our classrooms and see this math at work with these kids and the great learning.
The vocabulary that they're using and learning in kindergarten is following them through, and they are very successful in first and second grade.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Angela Aliff with the People LLC. And we listened intently tonight, and we appreciate all your time and effort on this. But we heard contradictory statements. I think Mr. Hennigan kind of alluded to that. Because we heard teachers say that they absolutely have their own discretion to take with whatever resources they want to use. And then we heard teachers say that they've taught this as they were told to do.
I need you to speak to the motion.
I'm sorry, I did get sidetracked, sorry about that. I'm tired, I know you are.
Yes.
The motion for this, option 3, my concern there is that I didn't realize last meeting that there could only be 3 options. I didn't hear that. So it just seems to me, as one of the other board members spoke, that to vote this motion down and to consider an option, such as option 1 with the resources, not just hitting the delete button, but with the resources. The teachers already have discretion anyway to choose anything they want. You can go online, Saxon Math is already aligned, you can get all of that yourself. Many different curriculums are already aligned and very accessible to teachers. So to fit them into the curriculum pacing and sequence would really not be difficult at all for teachers who, as we've been hearing here both ways, teachers are doing that in some classrooms anyway. So that's just my suggestion, that I would really urge you to vote this down. Obviously, it's not going to be, but I would urge you to vote this down because the options don't have to be defined to these 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sachs?
Hi, I agree with Ms. Angela Aliff. I think there should have been an option available that wasn't punitive, because all 3 had punitive ingredients in them. And I don't know how many people in this room have been to Baton Rouge, have been to a Bessie meeting. But let me tell you, I'm very grateful for y'all. And I encourage more people in this room who are clapping for Eureka Math or Engage New York. I want you to go to Baton Rouge, and I want you to see who created it. And I want you to see how much he cares about your public school system. Okay? And I want you to know, Representative Kenny Havard put up a bill. I want you to go look at it. House Bill 184. And it was a bill to protect your public school buildings and the ground that they sit on. And guess who advocated that? Taxpayer dollars to take away your public buildings and the ground they sit on.
Ms. Sachs?
Got it, Mr. White.
Thank you. I need you to speak to the motion, please.
Yes, ma'am. I'll make it brief. My name is Jochen Kranz. I'm an 8th grade math teacher from Slidell Junior High School. And I also have a son in 4th grade at Barney Cole. So I'm very vested, in the success of my son and myself and my students most of all. And what I want to add to the previous speaker's comments is my primary concern is not the people in Baton Rouge. My primary concern are the people that are in my classroom. And I want to thank you for considering option 3, because I believe that option 3 is the least invasive option that we discussed tonight. Board members, you all look at the matters at hand here from a bird's eye view. I'm looking at them from the bottom up, basically, from my classroom. And I can tell you what would happen if we hit the delete button. What would happen is students would be confused, students would lose their faith in me, because students don't see the people in Baton Rouge, they don't even see y'all, they see me right in front of them. I would have behavior problems, I would have loss of faith is the worst thing that can happen to a teacher. And I believe that option 3 does not do that. I want to thank you for considering it, and I wholeheartedly encourage you to not vote it down, but to vote for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I won't take but a few minutes of your time. I know you have a lot of things going on.
I can't believe even Leslie Martin looks tired.
I know, I am tired. I am tired. And, I can't not talk. So, anyway, just a minute. I want to thank you for all your hard work. and dedication to the students of St. Tammany Parish. They are on a good road. They need to be challenged. They need to learn critical thinking skills. And we have been rolling this out for 3 years, and it's working. We need to stay the course. So if that's option 3, then I ask you to, and I urge you to vote for option 3 tonight, so that our kids can keep on a path and our district continues to move forward. I invite every one of you to come to Marigny Elementary School and come and see what's going on in the classroom. I do not need to be with you. I have faith that my teachers do what's best for kids every day. Whether I'm there, whether you're there, anybody can come and see what we're doing. Our kids are learning, they're happy, they're problem solvers, and they're going to be excellent citizens that take care of us later in life.
Thank you. All right, I believe we're ready to vote. Are you ready to vote, Mr. Betancourt? Yes, Mr. Betancourt.
Concerning option 3, it references textbook adoption. Will what Ms. Wood say, Mr. Foles can address this. Will that be taken into consideration? And I'm sure it will, because it goes through a process with parents included.
Absolutely. I heard what Sarah said and I wrote it down. And Sarah and I communicate a lot.
Thank you.
All right. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Abstain. I have 2 abstentions, Ms. Seeley and Ms. Bellisario. All right, the motion passes. Thank you.
Ms. Heights, if I could, and I just want to publicly, to everybody here, thank you all for being here. Thank you for your passion. I think as late as 5 o'clock this afternoon, Ms. Hebert and I were emailing each other, and I'm looking forward to meeting with her. And the last thing I want to say is I want to thank Cheryl Araby and her staff for the work that they've done.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Tipton.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Hines. I would still like to make my motion, please, that we would create some small group discussions with principals and teachers, and in addition to that, with the curriculum specialists as board members and those particular people on the pros and cons of the Common Core state standards, the implementation and the methodology and the curriculum.
We have a motion and second. Do we have any questions from board members? We have a second by Mr. Derman. Do we have Mr. Lamarck?
I heard a lady a few minutes ago say that there's only 3 options here. How many teachers do we have in St. Tammany Parish? 3,000?
About 3,000, yes, sir.
Is there any 2 teachers in St. Tammany Parish who teach exactly the same way? I thought not. So what Ms. Tipton's motion is that we observe all of those good teachers who are teaching things different from the guy next door, still teaching their kids.
Ms. Tipton, can we have a yellow school bus to take y'all around there?
Do a 7 each in each round.
All right, do we have any other comments from board members? Do you have any comments from the public?
Tipton's motion is a very good motion, and I think that you all should approve it. I'm working at the state level with one of the things we're trying to do is address the symptoms of this initiative. And at the heart of it, what we're pushing for, that we have never had in the state of Louisiana, is a bottom-up approach. A bottom-up approach, so it will do you well to go ahead and start gathering, not just as to this curriculum, but where they are as to the standards, where they see we need to go, where things need to be beefed up, what we need to do with curriculum, how much discretion do they want, how much freedom do they want. You know, I'm not about imposing my will on anybody else. I'm wanting everybody to have freedom, and we have faith in God that that's what we're meant to do. I don't think they want to harm my child, but I think that when you make top-down decisions, you run the risk of, you know, bad things happening. growing. We see that historically. So I just wanted to tell you all that is something that we're pushing for at the state level. So I think it will serve more than one purpose, is what I'm saying.
Hopefully to model school systems that are working and doing it the right way and learn.
We are pushing for
and
that as well.
duplicate
Of
that.
course, I'm advocating for St. Tammany. That's another reason why
Right.
I wanted them to take a lead when we don't have a leader in this state. And I wanted you to explore those options. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Opposed? Abstained? So ordered. All right, that brings us to announcements from the president. A special meeting will follow tonight's committee as a whole. A special board meeting will follow tonight's committee as a whole meetings. Schools and offices are closed tomorrow for Parish Fair Day. The Parish Fair Parade will begin at the C.J. Shane Administrative Complex at 10 a.m. tomorrow and end at the fairgrounds. The opening ceremony for the Parish Fair will begin at 11 a.m. at the fairgrounds. We certainly encourage everyone to attend the parade and the fair throughout the weekend. Abney Elementary School's 50th anniversary celebration will be held on Thursday, October 9th, beginning at 9 a.m. The regular board meeting will be held on Thursday, October 9th. A reception to honor principals of the year and teachers of the years will be held in the atrium prior to the meeting.
Ms. Hines, if I may, just to add to the fair, all board members are invited to attend the opening ceremony at the stage. 11 a.m., yes.
All right, board members, I would like to make a suggestion that we move the special board meeting before the business affairs meeting. That's a suggestion. Does anyone have an objection to that suggestion?
Do you
It's
need a
executive
motion?
Decision. No, but it's an executive decision. I'm taking a little privilege here. You have 8 minutes. The Human Resources and Education meeting is adjourned. All right, I'd like to call the special board meeting to order, please. Ms. Weathers, would you call the roll?
Mrs. Hines?
Here.
Mr. Hennigan?
Here.
Mr. Derman?
Here.
Mr. Luke?
Here.
Mr. Harrell? Mrs. Tipton? Here. Mr. Jeter?
Here.
Mrs. Seeley? Here. Mrs. Smollett? Mr. Bettencourt? Mr. Womack?
Here.
Mr. Paints? Mr. Lamar? Here. Mrs. Belisario? Here.
Mr. Bettencourt.
Here.
Sorry. We're going to dispense with the invocation and pledge of allegiance since we did it earlier in the evening. To my knowledge, we don't have anyone signed up for public comment. There's no sheet there? Thank you. All right, so we'll move on to agenda item A, which is declaration of vacancy in the position of St. Tammany Parish School Board member for District 14 and issuance of proclamation authorizing a special election to fill this vacancy in accordance with the provisions of Louisiana Revised Statutes 18402, Louisiana Revised Statute 18583, and Louisiana Revised Statute 18602. All right, I'm going to go ahead and read the procedure that we're going to use this evening. These are the procedures that will be followed to elect a board member to fill the vacancy in District 14 of this board. The following persons have timely submitted their letters of interest in being appointed as a board member for District 14 and have been found to be eligible. Anthony Alfred, Dennis Kuzan, Joseph H. Fraught, Sharon Pender. Each board member has received a copy of each letter of intent. Each person's name will be drawn randomly to determine the order in which they will have the opportunity to address the board. Each person in the order announced will address the board in support of their appointment for a period of no greater than 3 minutes. After the last person addresses the board, individual board members may nominate one of the persons who has applied for appointment. A second to the nomination is not required, but it is permitted. Only nominated persons can participate in the election process. Once all nominations are received, the president closes the floor for nominations and calls for comments by the board and public. Then the pool of nominated applicants are voted upon by board members by paper ballot submitted to the president, and the votes are read aloud. Appointment is by a first majority of the board members voting, selecting a person. Should there be a need for voting beyond the first ballot, procedures have been developed by the board attorney, which will be employed, and he is present to assist in advising as to these procedures. All right, so do we need to have a motion to declare this vacancy? Yes. All right, we need a motion on agenda item A. Second. We have a motion by Mr. Durman, a second by Mr. Betancourt. Do we have any comments from board members? Do we have any comments by the public? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? So ordered. All right, so now at this time, we'll ask for the people who have sent in a letter of interest. We'll begin the process to have those people come up and speak. I have their names in an envelope. I'm going to just pull them out one at a time and ask those people to come forward and speak. Mr. Anthony Alfred.
I am, excuse me, Anthony Alfred. I reside at 40248 Highway 190 East, Slidell, Louisiana. I'm a resident of Louisiana for life and also a resident of District 14 for life. First, I would just like to express to the board my appreciation of how the board feels about my son Ray. I want to thank them for the support, and I would just like to thank your Superintendent Foth for the great tribute that he gave on behalf of each of the board at his homegoing ceremonies. It was very uplifting, and it was very comforting to the family. I had many responses from those that were present. What a great tribute Mr. Foth did, and the Alfred family certainly appreciate that, Mr. Foth. I come to this situation tonight, I guess, with kind of mixed emotions. As I think and contemplate over this decision that I'm making tonight, it's not for any particular reason that I'm doing this to try to get leverage to run for office, because I have absolutely no feelings as far as political office, as I've gone through that situation before. I spent 12 years on the parish council and enjoyed it, but I don't care to do that anymore, and my political motivation is gone. The only reason that I'm doing this tonight is because my daughter-in-law, Ray's wife, came to me and asked me, she said, Paul, she calls me Paul because of my grandkids. She said, you're gonna have to do this. And I told her, I said, I'll think about it, but I said, there's absolutely no certainty, and I explained to her as far as politics and all of that as it runs. I said there's absolutely no certainty, but she said it would be a healing for me if you would do that. So that's the reason I'm here tonight. But I do thank you again for just considering my application to fill the vacancy of my late son. And I do thank you again. One of the things that I would say that the Alfred family is indebted to this board for all of the years that you have allowed us, the Alfred family. And as I count the years, it's 59 years between my son Ray, who has 24, and myself that have 35. So again, thank you for the opportunity that you've given this family to serve the children of this parish. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alfred. Mr. Joseph Fraught.
Thank you, ma'am. I want to thank all the board for the opportunity and Mr. Foltz. I'm also a lifelong resident of Louisiana. I've lived in Slidell for 38 plus years. I've lived in District 14 for 38 of those years. My background is I basically been active in my community, served on a number of different boards, Board of Zoning and Appeals. I've been a member of my church choir for 8 or 9 years. I've coached basketball for the Slidell Youth Basketball Association, which was one of my pleasures in life, and I'm always tempted to go back because it's somewhat akin to what y'all get when you find a child and you're able to teach him something, and especially if it's in a group of kids where he's one of the weaker links in the chain of the team, and you're able to bring him up. It's been always my joy to do that. I've also been a member of the Slidell Council for the last 8 years, and so I have a lot of background in budgets. I've been on lots of committees. I've served on multiple committees with the parish council and the city of Slidell. We used to meet almost monthly. Landon Cusimano started that. It was a good practice because whenever we had things that made sense to both of us, there was like 4, the sunshine laws, there was 4 from each group, and we would come up with kind of things that were in our districts that overlapped, and it was very beneficial. We got a few things done. I'm really impressed with this meeting tonight. Not the length, but we've had some long ones too, but just the quality and the passion that came out from these teachers and these parents. It made me proud to be a grandparent, because we have a 8-year-old daughter that's in school now, and she's going through a lot of the same things that I heard tonight. And she actually has what y'all call the audio processing disorder, and she's in the Fast Forward program that the parish puts on, and it's been amazing. I mean, it was less than 3 or 4 months ago. Well, they actually discovered it a little longer than that, but they got her started in this program about 2 or 3 months, and she's already like skyrocketing past where she was, and they anticipate by the end of this year she'll be up to 2nd grade or 3rd grade levels where she should be. So it's a very grateful to y'all for that. And I intend to run in March, but I would give up my time right now in favor of Mr. Alfred. Thank y'all.
Mr. Fraught, does that mean you're withdrawing your letter of interest for tonight? Thank you. Mr. Dennis Kuzan. Not at this time, Ms. Bellisario. Ms. Sharon Pender.
Sorry, I'm a note doer just like to say that those don't know that my family has lived. We are actually 2 houses down from Ray's family, and we live on the same street. We've lived there for the last 8 years. We've been in District 14 for the last 23 years. I'd just like to say thank you and for this opportunity to continue to serve. I've been married to my husband, Michael, for the past 32 years, and we've been truly blessed by 3 beautiful children. And all of them are graduates of St. Tammany School District. All of our children had learning disabilities, but they also thrived. I'm so proud that 2 of my sons are currently attending LSU and studying engineering, and one will actually be graduating December. Thank you, Jesus. It's been a while, but he's worked very hard. It's something in our family. We truly believe in working hard to reaching our goal. I've been actively working in St. Tammany Parish for 21 years for the enrichment of the education of our students in St. Tammany. During my years of volunteering, I've had gained experience and knowledge in bylaws, standing rules, budgets, payroll and taxes, and I've taken many courses in conflict resolutions and parliamentary procedures. Those of you know, I was a district PTA president for 4 years, and I did many duties. I was in charge of all the schools that were in St. Tammany Parish. During that time, I sat on numerous school board committees, and some of them were mentioned here tonight. I closely worked with teachers, principals, administrators, and finding the best needs and to benefit our children in St. Tammany. I also moved on to the state PTA president, and I had many duties. I was in charge of all the PTAs in the state of Louisiana, it was one of my truly a great experience. I learned a lot. I learned how to deal with a lot of different people and how to listen to a lot of people across our state. During my time, I attended a couple of legislative conferences in Washington, D.C., where I advocated for the educational needs of all the children in our state. I met with all of our state senators and our representatives there. I did other volunteering. I worked with North Shore High Band Boosters, and I worked with North Shore High Band. I'm very proud of my students, working my time working for them. And I'm proud to say both my sons played tuba with LSU Tiger Band. And last year, my son got to go to Ireland. And so it was an amazing accomplishment, and it was something I'm very proud of all of my husband and I's volunteering in that high school band. The reason why I want to serve the school board as a school board member is that I understand the importance of an educational system for our community. I want to continue to help our students reach their potential. I believe in the importance of openness and communication, and I would still like to continue to support the school district in meeting the needs of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we've heard from 3 of the 4 candidates. Mr. Fraud has pulled his name from being considered tonight, so that leaves Anthony Alfred, Dennis Kuzan, and Sharon Pender. At this time, I will accept nominations. Ms. Pelletier, do you have a question about the process? All right.
I noticed that just one of them mentioned whether or not he would run in March, and I was just wondering if we knew anything about Mr. Kuzan since he's not here. Is he planning to run in March? And also Ms. Pender, is she planning to run in March? I need to know that before I vote.
Well, we will have a time for questions, but at this time, we'll take nominations. Mr. Womack.
I'd like to nominate Mr. Anthony Alfred. I'll second.
Okay, we have a nomination of Mr. Anthony Alfred.
I'll second.
And a second by Mr. Jeter. Ms. Seeley?
I would like to nominate Sharon Pender.
We have a nomination of Sharon Pender. We have a second. A second's not required, but it's always nice. Do we have any other nominations? All right, this time I would like to close the floor for nominations and call for comments by the board and the public. So do you have any questions on the two people who've been nominated? That would be Anthony Alfred and Sharon Pender. Ms. Belisario, do you have a question?
Could I find out if Ms. Pender plans to run in March? Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
That was important to me.
Do we have any other questions? Mr. Derman?
I assume Mr. Alford is not going to run.
That's what he said. And Mr. Alfred, would you like to confirm that?
Again, I have absolutely no intentions to run in March. Let that be put in the record, whatever. I'm going to wait.
All right, do we have any other questions? Do we have any comments from the public? Then I would ask that the paper ballots be handed out, please. If you would either write in the name Anthony Alfred or Sharon Pender, and then you'll need to pass the ballots down to me, please.
If y'all fold them, I'll collect them.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How many board members do we have here tonight? Okay, thank you. Just late. We have a vote of 10 to 1 for Mr. Anthony Alfred receiving 10. So, Mr. Alfred, congratulations. You'll be appointed to the District 14 seat.
Sworn in next month, next week.
Let's see. I'm sorry. Mr. Alfred, we'll be doing some paperwork before we leave this evening. Isn't that right, Ms. Weathers? If you'll give us just a few minutes to get that paperwork done. Oh. And we'd like to say good luck to the candidates that will be in the special election in March. Please come to the microphone, Mr. Alfred.
I would just like to thank the board for their vote tonight and their confidence. And I will do my utmost to live up to your trust and confidence in me. I will diligently serve the the children of this parish. And again, just thank you very much.
Thank you. If there's no other business to come before the board at this time, we'll adjourn and we'll have our business affairs meeting right away.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call this meeting to order for the St. Tammany Parish School Board Committee as a whole, meeting October 2nd, 2014, for Business Affairs and Administrative. Ms. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Derman.
Here.
Mr. Hannigan. Mrs. Hines. Mr. Loop.
Here.
Mr. Harrell. Mrs. Tipton. Mr. Jeter. Mrs. Seeley. Mrs. Mullet. Mr. Betancourt. Mr. Womack. Mr. Panks. Mr. Lamarck. Mrs. Belisario. Mr. Alfred.
Thank you. We want to welcome Mr. Anthony Alford into his position representing District 14 as newly elected board member, replacing his son. Okay, we're going to dispense with the invocation and the pledge. We have 42 people that signed up to speak on the agenda. I just kidding, y'all. Okay, next item is item 4, which is approval of the minutes for the committee as a whole meeting held September 4, 2014. Moved by Ms. Hines, second by Mr. Jeter. Any comments or questions by board members from the public? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Abstain? So ordered. Item 5, administrative, Mr. Javier.
Thank you, Mr. Derman. I have to tell you that I told Anthony a while ago that when he worked here at the central office, I happened to be his boss, and now he's my boss, so I told him to take it easy on me.
Well, if you see something pink on your desk tomorrow.
Board members, as per Act 50, we have to give a report to you tonight, and I'm going to do that at this time. Act 50 amended Louisiana Revised Statute 17416.16 and added requirements relative to school crisis management and response plans. The multiple changes and additions were reviewed with our principals at our administrative conference this summer and included, within the first 30 days of the school year, each school was required to conduct a lockdown drill. Security coordinators Bob Donald and Jim Suit helped facilitate this action with first responding agencies. The multiple agencies such as EOC, fire, and law enforcement agencies observed and provided support in our efforts to comply and solidify crisis management plans. The drills were recorded utilizing our web-based crisis management plan, commonly referred to as Rapid Responder. The required notification of revisions to the safety plan to teachers and school employees at each of our schools was also noted in Rapid Responder. Every employee was educated to understand their role during such drills. Each principal is currently responsible for keeping a copy of their safety plan in their office. Each local municipal chief of police, sheriff of St. Tammany, and local fire chief has been provided with access to their school's rapid responder plan. The president of the board and superintendent have also been provided access to the safety plan, as that is now required by law. That concludes my report. Should you have any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them.
Is there any questions from Mr. Jabby regarding Act 50? Seeing none, do we have to take, I'm sorry, Ms. Belisario.
I believe when that law was first passed, we had to do that the first month of school. Is that still the?
Yes, ma'am.
all
Every year,
55 schools?
we have to give a report after that.
Yeah, I think
Yes.
there was some attempts to push it back. We even got surveyed, but I think when they heard that we could, a system our size could do it in a month, they pretty much said, we're gonna leave it alone. So Mike and them stay on them hard and we get it done fast. And I think there is some value to doing it soon like that. It kind of sets the stage for the year. So I think that's important.
Yeah, I'd like public to thank Bob Donald and Jim Suit and Mike Kosei.
Right.
They play a real big part in this process.
Any questions? And I do not think we have to take action. That's just an information
Just a
item
report.
only.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the item B, monthly maintenance and custodial report.
And that report is in your packet. If you have any questions, Mr. Singletary and his staff is here.
Any questions from the board members? Seeing none. Monthly risk management report.
That's also in your packet. Mr. Gaspard is here if you have any questions.
Seeing none. Next is the monthly transportation report.
That's also in your packet, and Ms. Donnell Buell is here if you have any questions. Also, I would like to remind the board that this coming a week from tomorrow is our in-service day for transportation, so all of our transportation people will be meeting at the Castine Center, and we'll give you a report on that in-service at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions from board members? Ms. Belisario.
Just a couple quick ones. There used to be an old state law, and I forget Bulletin 1191 or something, where a school bus could have 66 seated and 6 standing, and I had heard that that had been changed. Does anyone know?
There are no standing.
No standing.
standing.
No
Okay.
standing.
Does that, how to phrase this, does that refer to all the students on a list, or how many actually ride on a given day? Could, so a driver could have more than 66 on a list? Okay. And the other question I had is, I've heard a rumor that we're going to have bus driver uniforms. Is that correct?
That is a rumor. That is a rumor.
Okay.
No talk of bus driver uniforms.
Do we take a survey?
That concludes my report, Mr.
All right, thank you, Mr. Javier. Item 6 is construction, Ms. Tipton, and before you start, the first item on the thing is Covington High 38, Slidell 19.
I really appreciate that update.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Hey,
Makes my
go Lions! Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Ms. Tipton. It's been a long night. I'm punch drunk, but anyhow.
Thank you, Mr. Durman. First item is consideration of bids for Covington High School modular walkways and infrastructure, St. Tammany Parish School Board project number 1474. In your packet, there is a memo from me to Mr. Foles. We received these bids on September the 16th. We are recommending acceptance of the low base bids submitted by Steel R Development LLC in the amount of $226,000 for the modular walkways and infrastructure at Covington High School, St. Tammany Parish School Board Project 1474. Just a brief description, that's all of the walkways, ramps, electrical connections, and special systems for the new classroom modulars that have been purchased, which will be starting delivery at the end of next week, and this will be all the infrastructure to connect those back to the main school.
Okay, thank you.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Hines, seconded by Coach Luke. Any discussion or questions by board members? Seeing none. Any from public? I'm sorry. Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed? Abstained? So ordered. Ms. Tipton.
Item 2 is consideration of bids for Clearwood Junior High School renovations and additions, St. Tammany Parish School Board project number 1415. Again, in your packet, there is a memo from me to Mr. Foles. We received these bids on September 17th, and we are recommending acceptance of the low base bids submitted by Omega General Construction in the amount of $7,200,000 for the renovations and additions at Clearwood Junior High School.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Seeley, seconded by Mr. Jeter. Any, yes, Ms. Belisario.
My memory's not good at this hour. Has Omega done work for us before?
No, ma'am, they have not. We did check with them. They're good with their bid. They are out of Covington. Some projects that they listed for us are some renovations at Bonneville High School, some new additions at Albert Cammon Middle School, some renovations at the prison in St. Tammany Parish, and some offices.
Cameron, why don't you explain what this work involves?
Yes, sir. This will be a few phases, but the first phase is to build a new 9-classroom wing that will be classrooms to replace the portables that have been on site there for quite some time.
Quite some time.
Yes. And so that's the first part. The other part of that is we will continue to use the existing portables for a time so that we can rotate through the existing main school and do new finishes, ceilings, floors, and paint walls and new doors and that kind of thing. So, and then once all of that is done, we'll remove the portables from the site.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Mr. Betancourt.
Ms. Tipton, any particular reason that you would know of why both of these bids only had 3 bidders?
No, sir. You know, one thought that we do have on the Clearwood job is the new the classroom wing addition. I think you remember on Madisonville, there was quite a bit of competition for that size project for the new classroom wing that had about 10 classrooms in it. This requires a contractor to have a larger bonding capacity and also to be willing to stay on site for probably about 2 years or so because of so many phases. So there are some considerations in that type of work.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Any other questions by board members? Seeing none, any from the public? Seeing none there, all in favor say aye. Opposed? Abstain? So ordered. Thank you. Ms. Tipton.
The next item is recommends renewal of the September 2013 Screening and Evaluation Committee recommendations of firms selected for the Type 1B design services and the Type 2A, 2B technical services for 1 year. This is something we do yearly. It's a renewal of the rotation pool, small projects firms, as well as the technical service firms. And all of those are listed in your memo, and these are all the same firms. There are no changes from those that were originally recommended and approved last year.
All right, thank you, Ms. Tipton. I'm going to ask the board that we just go ahead and vote on this as a group because there are no changes from last year, and, you know, to expedite instead of reading each one. So do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Loop, seconded by Mr. Betancourt. Any comments by board members from the public? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? So ordered.
Thank you. And then I just have a brief construction report for you. The contractor for Madisonville Elementary Classroom Wing Project will be starting on site tomorrow since it's a school holiday and they can easily establish the construction site with everyone gone. The Fontainebleau Junior High Additions project is advertised for bid, and we had a pre-bid meeting at the school this morning. Those bids are scheduled to be received prior to the November board meetings. Covington High project documents are being prepared to be advertised for bids, and that'll fall in line with the classrooms coming in and then the walkways being built. And we expect to have those bids prior to the December meetings. All project design documents for all projects are in various stages of progress, and we continue to meet with the design teams as appropriate to the work effort. The process to annex Boyette Junior and Little Oak Middle School's property into the city of Slidell has been put on hold due to the city of Slidell determining that they cannot annex the school property due to its location and lack of meeting a particular requirement that they have for property having to touch other property that's already in the city limits. So the staff is now reviewing the other options for addressing the goal of this project, which is to connect the school's water and sewer utilities to a larger system run by a municipality or other utility entity. The C&I and construction department staff have met initially with the principals at Lancaster and Mayfield Elementary Schools regarding needs relative to the new classroom wing additions. We have another meeting set up next week with more central office staff and the principals to further discuss the projects. And Woodlake Elementary project is progressing, and the completion contractor still appears to be on schedule. The masonry work is complete. They're prepping the air conditioning units for startup. Electrical work is progressing, and the building is basically closed in.
If I could, Mr. Durham, I feel the need to touch a little bit more on the Slidell water thing, because I think last month I gave you a report. We actually hit a snag in what we believed in being able to tie into the city of Slidell because our property is not contiguous to property owned by the city. I think there's a 32 foot buffer, and we do not meet that. Was not known to us at the time in our prior discussions with the city. So now we are back to looking at some other options, and by next month's meeting, we'll definitely have a recommendation for you. We will be meeting next week and to put those options in place. So this has been one that just seems can't get going. Thought we had finalized it and a new roadblock came up, but by next month we will be able to tell you which one we have and get that plan in place. Looking at our options, we believe that it will be maybe a little bit more money, but hopefully not a lot more, and will allow us to tie into a outside the city limit water, sewer, so we'll not be needing to annex in the city, which would not change our coverage by law enforcement or anything of that nature. So we could, one of these things that short term might give us a little problem, but in the long run, it might even work out better for us. So.
Thank you, Mr. Foltz, for that update. Ms. Tipton, thank you as well. So without any other questions regarding that, we're going to move on to item 8, which is business affairs with Ms. Prevost, monthly purchasing report.
The monthly purchasing report is in your packets, and tonight I will be answering any questions you may have. Ms. Stevens is not here.
I don't think you got any questions.
I didn't think there
tonight.
would be any.
I think you slipped right through there. Okay, so without that, we're going to go to announcements from the president, Ms. Hines.
I just would like to announce that there will be a ceremonial swearing in of Mr. Alfred at our October 9th school board meeting.
Thank you. I want to give a special thank you to our policeman out here tonight. He's been here for a long time, and we appreciate you staying all night. And that adjourns our meeting.